Hi. Uh, Hi, Morden. Nice to see you. Yeah. Oh, the bot is working. Like at first when you send the catch-jump, I thought if you might have maybe joined before the bot and therefore it didn't show, but I just had delay. Yeah, okay, so I want to continue with the C++ tutorial that I looked up. I think I did that last week, or maybe beginning of the week, the last time, and see how that goes. Like, I think I'll at least do that for an hour, maybe two, seeing how like exhausting that will be. Because I'm like definitely not fully hungover from yesterday or anything, but a little exhausted I am. Nice to see you. Same. I wasn't here for that stream. I think I didn't. I think that was before I even promoted in the Discord. Yeah. So I wouldn't wonder if you did not see that. But basically, there wasn't anything interesting here. Like that was just introduction for what the course will be about. And then just some definitions on how they will like structure it, how they highlight stuff, and then some general C++ history. And then a little bit about the standardization committee of C++, and that's basically it. So there was nothing like really of interest till now, I would say. Yeah, so like there's nothing that could have been missed. Yeah, so we'll start with that. I'll see how that goes. Definitely also eager to try two new decks I built in Magic later on. Because I couldn't resist spending money and build a deck that I thought might be cool. But then maybe it won't work and I just wasted money, but we'll see that later. And then, oh yeah, and also at some point, I guess I make a short break because we're getting a dog from today on in this flat. Like a roommate of mine gets some or is on its way. So that might be like in some minutes already that I might take a short break and then like greet the new dog. But yeah, but other than that, I think we'll just start and see how it goes. Yeah, so I'll just read everything, I guess. Exciting dog. Yeah, exactly. I hope it will all work out. I'm a little allergic to dogs, so I hope it won't be too bad. But I'm quite hopeful, not like in a sense of hoping, but I think it will be fine. Like I'm quite convinced, so it should be good. Anyway, let's start. Introduction to C++20. Get an impression on C++20 and its new features in this lesson. Getting started. Before I dive into the details of C++20, I want to give a quick overview of features in C++20. The overview should serve two purposes: to give first impression, to provide links and links to the relevant sections you can use to dive directly into the details. Note, consequently, this chapter has only code snippets, but no complete program. Okay. This course starts with a short historical detour into the previous C++ standards. I thought we already did that before, but maybe we'll get that again. This detour provides context when comparing C++ to previous revisions and demonstrates the importance of C++20 by providing a historical context. I wonder what happens when we click this. Let's do that in a second. So maybe there's a lot of more reading today rather than doing stuff, but like I want to do the whole tutorial on stream, so we might just have to accept that. C++20 has 4 outstanding features: concept, ranges, routines, and modules. Each deserves its own subsection. Let's get started. Hi. I think the right one was beef, right? Hi beef and not hi viper. I'll get that confused. I hope I won't get that confused at any point. I'm like so bad at recording names, which is a bummer for like chat names, right? We are nerds. Oh yeah. Reading will hopefully be fine. Going to warm up lunch now. Be right back. Okay. Like, I think you won't miss much. Well, you will already be gone now, right? So I can't tell you more than that. I'll repeat for you if you want. But we'll see that in a second. Yeah, beef. Okay. So I just need to store in my head that I'm correct about my like first intuition on what the right name is. Yeah, okay, so I'd say we just continue reading as we need to do for this new stuff to like get into all of that. The big four. Get an overview of how each of the big four brings modernization to C++. Okay, so these are definitely. Oh, I didn't click the link I want to click. What happens if I use this link? Okay, that just jumps back. I see. Okay, so fine. I guess we then did what they are talking here, and it's just not the same order or something like that. Well, whatever. I think. Let's keep going. Okay, so modern new concepts. Each feature of the Big Four changes the way we program in modern C++. Let me start with concept. Oh, also, by the way, like, I guess Morgan is not here right now, but hope you're doing good, Beef, and hope like everything's fine. Had a nice weekend till now and stuff like that. Yeah. Concepts. Generic programming with templates enables it to define functions, classes, functions and classes which can be used with various types. Yeah, like I did a lot of template programming, so that part will be interesting for me, though I don't do too much currently. As a result, it is not uncommon that you instantiate a template with the wrong type. Oh yeah. Or then later when you try to debug or use stuff, then on runtime you find problems. The result can be many pages of cryptic error messages. This problem ends with concepts. That's like a big promise here, but we'll see. Concepts empower you to write requirements for template parameters that are checked by compiler, and revolutionize the way we think about and write generic code. Here is why. Haven't used concepts yet, but they seem need really clean up all the template stuff nicely. Oh, cool. Yeah, I hope for that, because like they're so powerful, everything with templates, but it's definitely really finicky. So if they improve that a lot, that would be nice. Let me turn the record real quick. Okay, so there's like different record speeds, right? And There's like, I think 30 and 45. This one is lower speed or faster, I'm not sure in which direction, but that means that there are less songs on the same space because the like quality, I think, is higher. That means that I have to stand up way more for this record, but I like it, so it should be fine. Okay, yeah, so here is why. Requirements for template parameters become part of their public interface. That is nice. The overloading of functions or specializations of class templates can be based on concepts. The overloading of functions or specializations of a class template can be based on concepts. So I guess I can have different like sub implementations or something like that based on which concept is used. At least I hope that is what this says, but we'll see. We get improved error messages because the compiler checks the defined template parameter requirements. That was not a sentence how I read that. We get improved error messages because the compiler checks the defined template parameter requirements against the given template arguments. Yeah, this is like the most great thing for me if that works good. Additionally, this is not the end of the story. You can use predefined concepts or define your own. The use of auto and concepts is unified. Interesting. Instead of auto, you can use a concept. That is actually nice if that works how I think it might. Being that you can like have certain ranges of allowed types rather than just using auto and lose a lot of the benefits a typed system function, a typed language has. If a function declaration uses a concept, it automatically becomes a function template. Writing function templates is therefore as easy as writing functions. Okay. The following code snippet demonstrates the definition and the usage of a straightforward concept integral. Thing that I read already. I haven't played a record since I was a kid in the early 80s. I guess I haven't played a record until I was maybe in my, I don't know, 15, 18th. Just because the player my dad has wasn't like built up and put in place for a long time. And then at some point, like I got my own just because I like the feeling of putting the record on, right? But that's like a huge time difference there between your first record and mine, I'd say. Not that that would be like any good or bad or anything, right? Just interesting to like realize for me. Because I like not grow up with vinyl records at all, but somehow I like found them and like that a lot. Okay, so let's see what they do here. They put a template with then type name T. I guess that's just syntax for any concept, maybe, or not, we'll see later. They define concept as a type, okay? And then they do is integral T, and then value. I'll guess that then concept are more rules rather than collections of allowed things, but we'll see that later too. And then they just use integral auto, I think, as the function type, and then have that as input and output. Okay, interesting. And then they can compare this concept type, whatever that then be, to 0 and return. And they can do like math with that, I guess. Welcome back. We just started. They just told us how great concepts are, and now we're looking at the first code and looking at what it actually does and how to use it. Okay. The integral concept requires from its type parameter t that it is integral, or is integral is true. Okay. Is integral value is a value from the type traits library, checking at compile time if t is integral. If is integral value evaluates true, all is fine. Otherwise, you get a compile time error. Let's see what happens if we click this. Okay, so we just get to a C++ reference. And this will just be a collection, I guess, of a lot of things that could be a type. Or could be even, if I see things like final and signed, unsigned, scalar, whatever, most likely this is more of a bunch of conditions that you can apply. Had my headphones on so I could still hear. Oh, okay, nice. Then I don't need to repeat, right? For the next time. Okay. The GCD algorithm determines the greatest common divisor. I think divisor might be the correct English pronunciation. The greatest common divisor based on the Euclidean algorithm. The code uses the so-called abbreviated function template syntax to define GCD. Here GCD requires that the arguments and return type support the concept integer. GCD is a kind of function template that puts requirements on its arguments and return type. Okay. When I remove the syntactic sugar, you can see the real nature of GCD. Here's the semantically equivalent GCD algorithm using a required clause. So now they're doing a template function, and using requires, I guess, in the same way that you could define a concept, but that's like especially essentially some inline further like defining of the type. Okay, so they do the same thing here again. The required clause states the requirements on the type parameter of GCD. Okay. Yeah, I think I like that. I'm currently like thinking about where I would use this most, and it would rather be it would also be with like custom classes, but I guess there's like more to that you can also use concept in certain ways with custom classes. Okay, so modules. Divisor. The problem with this is that like my brain always tries to do German pronunciations and then mixes that. Divisor. I like the human eye. Okay, okay, I see. Divisor. Okay. V is IS in German. Mm. Yeah, okay, I see. Divisor, okay. Modules promise a lot. Faster compile times, reduce the need of define macros, express the logical structure of code, make header files obsolete, get rid of ugly macro workarounds. Here's the first simple math module. Export math module, export int, and then I guess the export just defines what from that function, from that module we want to be the public usable functions. So this add should be usable then. The expression export math module math line 1. Well, I think I maybe should not try to read this code, but read their expressions first, or explanations, because they actually go into every detail that I look into myself, and then I just repeat myself. So I guess for now, as long as I don't need to do a task, I think I'll just keep reading and then look back at the code. I think that makes more sense. The expression export module math line 1 is the module declaration. Putting export before the function at line 3 exports the function. Now it can be used by a consumer of the module. Okay, so as I expected, the expression import math imports the math module and makes the exported names visible in the current scope. Yeah, so we now can use add in line 4. That's quite simple, I think. Okay, let's go to the next thing. The ranges library. The ranges library supports algorithms which can operate directly on containers. You don't need iterators or specify range. Can be evaluated lazily. That's interesting too. Can be composed. So I guess I could define a range maybe and then later apply that, like with a regex. We'll see. To make it short, the ranges library supports functional patterns. Okay. Interesting. Surprised it's not use math colon. Is colon the right word? Colon at. I think as far as I understood, what is the name of this thing then? I actually thought that also one thing they didn't list here is that with modules, you might have an easier time handling namespace stuff because it's always locally defined. I'm not sure though what happens if you actually would have multiple same name definitions, but we'll see how that then goes. Let me turn the record. As I said, I need to turn this one more often because it's slower speed, and then we'll look into ranges in detail. Am I back? Okay, I guess though. Yeah, somehow I got a message that OBS crashed, but OBS was still there and working. It was just as a pop-up. Not sure how that happened. I also hadn't had that before. But we'll see. Well, we hope it's not happen again, so I don't need to like restart the computer or anything. But yeah, let me read your last message. Yeah, that was what I was wondering. From everything I've seen from C++, I was surprised it wasn't more verbose and required the module name and the scope operator to use the function. Yeah, like if modules is how I heard about it, it actually does some like changes beyond normal C++ changes. Normally with changes from one to another standard, they just add syntax. They just add more of the same concepts. Everything is always in some similar way. And so I'm eager to find out how much that actually changes stuff. Yeah, but we'll see. Anyway, we were at ranges. Like I hope if the error comes again, the pop-up message will be again on stream here in the middle, because I moved it to the right, so that would be annoying if I don't even realize. So please spam me if this stream goes down again. Yeah, but anyways, let's focus again. The following example demonstrates function composition using the pipe symbol. And again, I'll read the description and not the code directly. Lambda expression even line 3 is a lambda expression that returns true if the argument I is even. Lambda expression square line 4 maps the argument I to its square. Okay, so those are just definitions here. Line 6 demonstrates function composition, which you have to read from left to right. For int I ints, which would be our contents of the vector. Then we pipe that into views filter even and then views transform square. So I guess the views will be defining in which way we want to apply whatever we're piping. Apply on each element of ints the even filter and map each remaining element to its square. Yeah, that makes sense. If you are familiar with a functional program, this reads like prose. Okay, so like that's for me just like a little more complex syntax, but basically just dot something in like scripting languages. So that shouldn't be too hard. I guess you would just need to see what type of use you want. And then I think this is like typical how C++ does things, rather than with with modules where it was quite clean. Just add standard something filter and then you can use that thing. Okay, so let's continue. Coroutines. I hadn't heard much about that one before, I think. Coroutines are generalized functions that can be suspended and resumed later while maintaining their state. Okay, so that's like the parallel multi-thread thing then. Coroutines are a convenient way to write event-driven applications. Event-driven applications can be simulations, games, servers, user interfaces, or even algorithms. Coroutines are also typically used for comparative multitasking. Okay. C++20 does not provide concrete coroutines. Oh, the docs here, I think. So let me go into break for a moment. Okay, not yet the doc, but any moment. So let's continue with some more paragraphs. C++20 does not provide concrete coroutines. Instead, C++20 provides a framework for implementing coroutines. Okay, this framework consists of more than 20 functions, some of which you must implement, some of which you can override. Therefore, you can tailor coroutines to your needs. I'm not sure what that in detail will mean, but I guess we'll learn that later. The following code snippet uses a generator to create a potentially infinite data stream. The chapter coroutines provides the implementation of the generator. Okay. The function get next is a coroutine because it uses the keyword co-yield. So I guess because in line 4 we have co-yield somewhere in the function, that makes it a coroutine. Get next has an infinite loop that returns the value at co-yield, line 4. Okay. Interesting. A call to next. Next, I guess this here then, right? In line 15 and 24, resumes the coroutine and the following get value call gets the value. Okay. So my question would be if this is running while we don't call next here, or if this is like always pausing here, but we'll also see that later, I guess. Okay, resumes the coroutine, we had that. After the get next call returns, the coroutine pauses once again until the next call to next. Okay, interesting. So it is pausing. There's a big unknown in this example, the return value generator int of the get next function. Okay. This is where the complications began, with which I describe in full in depth in the coroutines chapter. Okay, so we'll now have like an overview of the new concepts we're gonna be learning in this tutorial, I think. Okay, let's continue. I think this will be more depth of the current state, something like that. Or maybe that will be in standard libraries afterwards. Get an overview of the core language changes brought in C++20. Okay, now docs here. So now I'm gonna pause again. Okay, I'm back. Are we listening? It's now. Jetzt ist German. We're now listening again to that of the record, just because I like saw that it run through while talking. But the new dog is so cute, and it's not like scared or anything. It just seems like it's already happy to be here. So yeah, that's super nice. Okay. But we'll continue now, I think. I can like cuddle the dog all week. So I think I still want to stream all days today. Just because this is like I took all free January, right? And just done streaming, not working. So because I need to work from tomorrow on again, I'll definitely want to use this day fully. But then like I'll stream Friday and Sunday, I guess, most of the time. But yeah, a house dog. Yeah, as I said, super cute and very curious and looks at everything and sniffs at everything. Very cool. Okay. A three-way comparison operator. Okay. Core languages changes brought in. So I guess these are changes and improvements of already existing things, right? So that's like a cut now, and we're not looking at new things, but changes in existing things. The three-way comparison operator determines for two values a and b whether a is smaller b equal or greater. It's also known as a spaceship operator. Okay. By declaring the three-way comparison operator default, the compiler will attempt to generate a consistent relational operator for the class. In this case, you can get 6 comparison operators. Ah, I see. Well, that is really nice, because before you needed to declare at least some of them, so you would have everyone, and then in some cases that was like really annoying. So basically I just define one. I wonder if this also works in a sense that I don't default this. Oh, this is just a declaration, right? So I can put whatever operator I want as an implementation, I think, and then put it as default, maybe additionally. Not sure. Well, that's definitely a neat thing to have. The compiler generated operator performs as lexicographical comparison. Okay, so this is default then for that section. Performs a lexicographical comparison starting with the base classes and taking into account all the non-static data members in their declaration order. That is really interesting. So, like if I define a bunch of ints, it would just compare each of the int. And then also maybe it also will compare like other classes, right? Starting with the base classes, taking into account all non-static. Here's quite sophisticated example from Microsoft Block. So that was before. I just want to look at the result here. If we don't find that quickly, we just move on. Okay, so here that would be that. But that's neat to know. Like if I want to look that up and use that, I'll definitely look back at this. And here I guess they are comparing with the order they have here. I don't see though like custom class example yet. Okay, but let's keep on with this. Designated initialization. Okay, here's some code. Okay, so that's basically the same thing we just got clicking here, right? Have the same initializations. I think it's even exactly the same code. Then define this default, and then that will do the comparison as we want that already. Then even we can inherit, have multiple inheritance, and then have that as an example. But I hope they explain that, so I don't need to like try this out yet. I assume the most complicated stuff in this code snippet is not the spaceship operator, but the initialization of base. So these two here. Using aggregate initialization. Aggregate initialization essentially means that you can directly initialize the members of class types, class, struct, or union, if all members are public. Okay. In this case, you can use braced initialization list as in the example. Yeah, like I get that. Not sure if I maybe have already used that because that looks familiar to me. Let's continue reading here. Before I discuss designated initialization, let me show more about aggregate initialization. Here's a straightforward example. Yeah, they define some classes here, and then they initialize that again with the bracket, putting all members in there. In comparison, here there's an assignment, but I'm not sure if that makes the difference between those. I hope they go into detail on that more. Yeah, so we can just print that out. Sure. This is the output of the program. That's what I would have expected. The aggregate initialization is quite error prone because you can swap the constructor arguments and you will never notice. Yeah, that's true. Like if you swap those two, you won't ever notice that until the error somewhere occurs. Definitely had that before. The aggregate initialization is error prone. We had that. You can swap that, never notice. Explicit is better than implicit. Let's see what this means. Take a look at how designated initializers from C99, now part of C++ standard, kick in. Okay, so you can now define basically which member you want to map to that value. But then this is an error because the order does not match, I guess. And then this is fine because you can leave values empty. So I wonder why that would then be 0 here. Not sure about that. But most likely they will explain, right? The arguments for the instance of point2 and point3d are explicitly named. Yeah, we saw that. The output of the program will be identical to the output of the previous one. I wonder why, because here is a 2, right? And here was a 3. So I wonder if they like mistyped here. I'm quite sure this will not output 1, 2, 3. That must be a typo. Yeah, I agree. That must be a typo. Well, like here I think they maybe wanted to do it as an example here, right? And then didn't change that back or something. Okay, so we'll ignore their statement with the same output. The commented outline 15 and 17 are quite interesting. Line 15 would give an error because the order of the designators does not, like, I always want to read design ators, but I think it's designators. Of the designators does not match the declaration order of the data members. I find this quite interesting because, like, if you name them anyway, from my perspective, there would be no need to then keep the order. But there must be some reasoning behind that. Would member here. Okay. As for line 17, the designator for y is missing. In this case, y will be initialized to 0. Such as when using a braced initialization list 1, 0, 2. I wonder what the defaults then be, but I guess that's the same when, like, initializing a string or something like that. I guess that will be empty, and so it will be just the default values here. But then again, this might be interesting for non-default classes, but we'll see. I'll turn the record real quick and then we'll continue. Yeah, designators. Yeah, but though I think designators is like also an interesting pronunciation. I'd be fine if that would be the case too. Okay, so we have that, yeah. I think I also don't like this dot syntax. Like, it just doesn't look nice, but I'm fine with that. Okay. Const eval const init. I didn't use const expression enough yet, I think, but I definitely know that one, and used it in some cases for like functions and stuff. No, that's not const. How do you call that? Can't come up with a word right now. But anyway, like I used const expression at some points. So I'm eager to see what those will be in there in detail. Indeed, seems silly that order matters if you've been explicit about the assign value. Yeah. But then maybe it's because of that can do this, like, leaving out initialization, which I don't know. I think it would have been nicer that just everything that isn't listed will be default initialized. Because here I'm also not sure if you could just extend beyond, like, indefinitely, and that all will be fine, and will be initialized with the zeros here. Not sure. Yeah, but like, that's definitely an improvement, even though not as far and clean as I would have loved it. But then this is the same again. Like, this is how I know C++ improvements, exactly like that. Not with the modules and from one to the other day, you no longer need namespaces and stuff. that's like a different kind of step forward. But yeah, let's look at these. Const eval and const init. The new const eval specifier, which was added in C++20, creates an immediate function. Let me translate that word. Okay, so not the translation was a problem, but what that should mean in context. So I guess we'll see that soon. For an immediate function, every call of the function must produce a compile time constant expression. Okay. An immediate function is implicitly a const expression function, but not necessarily the other way around. Okay. Seeing the difference. So here we have const eval, here we have const expression. The final assignment gives an error because x is not a constant expression, and therefore square root of x cannot be performed at compile time. Yeah, okay, that is fine to me. I'm currently thinking of how that would have worked with the, like, where the difference between the eval and the const expression then would be. Every call of the function must produce a compile time constant expression. So every result will also be const expression, where before there will just be no changes in there, I guess. Okay. The const init specifier ensures that the variable with static storage duration is initialized at compile time. Okay. Static storage duration means that the object is allocated when the program begins and deallocated when the program ends. Objects declared at namespace scope, global objects, and objects declared as static or extern have static storage duration. Okay, I think I don't fully get these, but as this is not the main focus of what I want to learn in this course, I think I'll skip the details and not now go into like code and just try things out and see how they behave. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Okay, template improvements. I'd say concepts that we read before are already an improvement, right? But we'll see what more there is. C++ offers various improvements to programming with templates. A generic constructor is a catch-all constructor because you can invoke it with any type. A generic constructor of the class implicit is way too generic. The generic constructor of the class implicit is way too generic. Okay, now I got the sentence. T call out C out T, and then below we have T explicit T. Okay. By putting the keyword explicit in front of the constructor, as for explicit, the constructor becomes explicit. This means that implicit conversions are not valid anymore. Okay, I see. This is a nice thing to have. because there are definitely cases where I had this already as a problem, with then maybe some string or int into anything else were like defined in some sub functions or were useful in that case, but then by that like forced you to be super explicit by yourself with the constructors, and then those were like a scary thing to use because you later had functions that would allow conversion. So this is very nice. I should keep this in mind and use that maybe on the project where we have a lot of templates. Okay, so we have that. I found this quite hard to read because every time explicit is written there, it's another explicit. But we'll made it through that. Okay, lambda improvements. Lambdas get many improvements in C++20. They can have template parameters. Okay. Can be used in an unevaluated context, and stateless lambdas can also be default constructed and copy assigned. Furthermore, the compiler can now detect when you implicitly copy the this pointer, which means a significant cause of undefined behavior with lambdas is gone. That all sounds quite nice. If you want to define a lambda, I'll turn the record in a moment, right? If you want to define a lambda that accepts only a vector, template parameters for lambdas enable this. That's nice. Let me read this too before I turn the record, or rather switch to another one. I think we'll listen to Dream State next. New attributes. C++ has two new attributes, likely and unlikely. Both attributes allow us to give the optimizer a hint, specifying which part of execution is more or less likely. That's interesting. I never used those attributes, but that's a cool thing. So it's easier to optimize the code, right? Okay, let me click next and change the record. Okay, does the speed work? Will be interesting. Yeah, that should be the right speed, because this one is like slower turning, I think. No, quicker turning? Whatever. The standard library. Get a brief overview of what the standard library of C++ has to offer. Oh, by the way, I think I'll just go through these and then not start one of the chapters today. So I guess it actually will be just reading for now, but like that's how it is. But we'll see. Maybe I'll get catched in a second and then I want to try things out. But like I'm definitely a little exhausted still from yesterday. Even though it wasn't too much drinking, it was still a decent amount, I'd say. Standard span. A standard span represents an object that can refer to a contiguous sequence of objects. A standard span, sometimes also called a view, is never an owner. This view can be a C array, a standard array, a pointer with a size, or a standard vector. A typical implementation of a span needs a pointer to its first element and a size. The main reason for having a span is that a plain array will decay to a pointer if passed to a function. Okay, therefore its size is lost. A standard span automatically finds the size of an array, a standard array or a standard vector. If you use a pointer to initialize a standard span, you have to provide the size of the constructor. Contiguous, I guess then. I hope it doesn't annoy too much that I am not always sure how to speak English things. I'll do my best. I wanted to read this one as continuous and then got confused from there on. Okay, yeah, but this is like just a view thing, right? So that's not too crazy, I think. It's just some little neat improvements. So we have copy and we have copy. We create those arrays and then put them in there, and then in the second we wouldn't need to specify the size, which is nice. Container improvements. Okay. C++20 has many improvements regarding containers of the standard template library. First of all, vector and string have const expression constructors and can therefore be used at compile time. All standard library containers support consistent container erasure, and associative container containers support a contains member function. Is that a separate thing? Okay, so they will go into that. That's nice. Then I'll not read up on the details of that right now. Can I support a contains member function? Additionally, string allows checking for a prefix or suffix. Arithmetic utilities. Comparing signed and unsigned integers causes unexpected behavior and therefore bugs. Thanks to the new safe comparison function for integers, compare something, a subtle source of bugs is gone. Not expected. Okay, so I understand why they improve it like this, rather than changing the language interpretation of the smaller than sign, because they don't want to change or break like previous code, right? But I'm not sure if I would use this a lot, because I think you would need to do that all the time to make sure in that case where it is important, you do that. Yeah, but I'm not sure. I guess I'll stick with this because this is very annoying to write, and then hope in cases where I need that then I'll think of this remember and do that, but I'm not sure about that. Additionally, C++20 includes mathematical constants, including e, pi, phi in the namespace numbers. That is actually a really nice thing, especially if they have like a very high resolution on those, or maybe don't even have a resolution here, but have a formula that evaluates that maybe, and then just pre-store it or stuff like that. Google is handy for pronouns words. You can type define and then the word. It will give you the definition and a button to hear it spoken. Oh, that's really nice. What I sometimes do is like with my site I normally use for translations, if you translate a word in any language, then they also have like the option to click the audio and listen to that. It's just here that I think if I do that most of the time, I guess I'll like spend too much time on that. And then I rather just go with things for as long as it like somehow works. And then if I really want to know a word, like try to get it then right. Also, I'm not sure if that audio would be played on stream. But yeah, like definitely good thing to do. Especially with words that I might use more often and might need them, I'll definitely do that. Let me drink something and then we'll continue. Okay. A new bit manipulation enables accessing individual bits and bit sequences and reinterpreting them. Okay. Has single bit width, bit set. Rod L, Rod R. Okay, that's neat. But I think this is something when you need that and want that, it's nice that that now exists and you can look that up. But I think this is nothing you would need to remember at any point. At least I use that too few to actually care for that, I think. Calendar and time zones. This might be interesting, though I think the really cool like time formatting changes might come in 23, I think. Not sure. Maybe it's just formatting that is 23 and like different string stuff and all of that. The Chrono library from C++11 is extended with calendar and time zone functionality. So maybe it's already in 20 then and not 23. The calendar consists of types which represent a year, a month, a day, a week, and an nth weekday of a month. These elementary types can be combined, forming complex types as year, month, or other combinations. The operator /forward is overloaded with the convenience specification of time points. Okay. Additionally, we can get new literals, D for day and Y for year. Okay. Time points can be displayed in various time zones. Due to the extended Chrono library, the following use cases are now trivial to implement. Representing dates in specific formats. Get the last day of a month. Get the number of days between two dates. Printing the current time in various time zones. I think we currently used, or like at work, I used either Qt or Qt or whatever, or some boost stuff for that. So this is very neat to have. The following program presents the local time in different time zones. Okay, yeah, I get that. Zoned time, milliseconds, European Berlin. I guess you could also somewhere here define the way this should be outputted. Yeah, that's just nice change. Formatting a library. The new formatting library provides a safe and extensible alternative to the printf functions. It's intended to complement the existing I/O streams and reuse some of its infrastructure, such as overloaded insertion operators for user-defined types. I don't get this part of the sentence. Such as overloaded insertion operators for user-defined types. So maybe that's like replacement stuff, like Boost has that. Oh yeah, okay. So it's basically the Boost thing. Okay. Or like basically printf extended. Standard format uses Python's syntax for formatting. Okay. The following examples show a few typical use cases. The insertion operator, smaller. Okay. I didn't know that that was the name of that. Wonder if I ever learned a name for that. I guess not. I think when I talked about that, I always talked about like piping in a like non-professional way, right? So then people knew what I was talking about. I never knew that insertion operator would be the name of that. Such as overloaded insertion parameter operator for user-defined types. Okay, then that is really neat to have here, like definitely. The following examples show a few typical use cases. Format and use potential arguments. So we have the format, we define our parameters here, and then we just pipe them in. And then like the 1 here will be replaced with position 1, and then 0 with position 0. So that's really nice to do that, like order independent. Convert an integer to a string in a safe way. Format to replaces int2 okay. And then here we have a colon x. I wonder what was in safe before that this should no longer be used then. Because this just makes a char out of that, right? Okay, but like I guess most of these things will be shown in details later anyway. Like as we sooner saw that like span is here and stuff, so I guess we'll learn that in details at some point. Format user-defined types. Integer to ASCII. Yeah. I think this is like maybe a problem with a locale on what you want to have there. I think int to ASCII can fail in horrible ways. Yeah, I was wondering on why. Maybe that might be. Because I'm not sure what exactly the problem with that is, but I could think of maybe things, but I'm not sure if it is like that with some format on like German or English. For example, you can have problems with ASCII numbers and stuff like that, so maybe it's something in that regard, but I'm not sure. because the numbers should be in the first part of ASCII and the same for everyone. But yeah, I think hopefully they go into detail with that later on. Otherwise, maybe I'll start working tomorrow again, right? So maybe I'll just see and look into that. Assuming we have that in some context, and then directly improve that maybe, or replace that. Format user defined types. We'll cover this use case in detail later. Okay. A lot of older C functions weren't really safe at all. They expect you to know what you were doing. Yeah, for sure. I wonder though what the pitfalls with this specifically were, right? Like I'm aware that there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong, but for that one, I didn't know that there's some sketchy stuff. But then again, I didn't use this a whole lot, like in some instances. So it would be interesting to look at those instances where I used that at work, and then see if I maybe put in those error-prone things I'm not aware about. Yeah, but I get that there's some sketchy stuff. Some sketchy stuff, and like with everything in C++ for a lot of like its history, it always has been that you need to know what you're doing, otherwise you'll get problems. Like be it just using pointers, like plain pointers, that can be scary too. If you don't do that correctly, right? Yeah, not sure how int2 ASCII would fail, but you can never trust those C functions. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see. Last part, concurrency. Atomics. The class template standard atomic reference applies atomic operations to the referenced non-atomic object. Concurrent writing and reading of the referenced object can take place. Therefore, with no data race. The lifetime of the referenced object must exceed the lifetime of the atomic reference. Accessing the sub-object of the referenced object can object with atomic ref is not thread safe. Okay. According to standard atomic ref can be specialized and supports specializations for the built-in data types. So this basically is just giving me the opportunity to use references, if I understand that correctly. Counter AB, counter, then we make that counter atomic reference, and then from there on, for as long as we have that reference, I think be able to use that as atomic, like as if it would have been an atomic type. With C++20, we get two atomic smart pointers that are partial specializations of standard atomic. Let me read this paragraph and then I'll turn the record. Standard atomic shared pointer and standard atomic weak pointer. Both atomic smart pointers guarantee that not only the control block, as in the case of shared pointer, is thread safe, but also the associated object. That is quite a lot and nice, I think. Most of the time, like for concurrency, I most of the time work with non-atomic things and then just use mutexes. So I'm not like too deep down into this, but I think I understood what the new stuff is and how this should work. Also, I'm 100% sure I to A stands for integer to ASCII, but that's what I always assumed it meant. I'll never questioned what the A stands for, to be honest. Not 100% sure. Okay. I never questioned what that stands for. I always wondered for a second and then kept going. But that would make sense. Way more than like not way more, like it would make sense to use that as the naming. I'm not sure what else the A should stand for, or at least I can't come up right now with anything else that would make sense. Yeah, okay, let's keep going. Standard atomic gets more extensions. Click here for more details. C++ provides specializations for atomic floating point types. This is quite convenient when you have a concurrently incremented floating point type. Value of type atomic flag is a kind of atomic boolean. It is a cleared, it has a cleared and set state. For simplicity reasons, I call the clear state false and the set state true. The clear member function enables you to set its value to false. With the test and set member functions, you can set the value to true and get the previous value. There's no member function to ask for the current value. This will change with C++20 because atomic flag has a test method. Furthermore, atomic flag can be used for thread synchronization via a member function notify one, notify all, and wait. With C++20, notifying and waiting are available on all partial and full specializations of standard atomic and standard atomic ref. Specializations are available for boots, integrals, floats, and pointers. Okay. This, I think, was kind of useless to read without trying by myself, but it's nice that we now know that this will come at some point in the tutorial. So let's keep reading. Don't think it's too much left. And then I'll see if I'll start and try out concepts or if we'll switch to magic at that point. Semaphores are a synchronization mechanism are used to control concurrent access to a shared resource. Counting semaphore such as the one which was added in C++20 is a special semaphore whose initial counter is bigger than 0. The counter is initialized in the constructor. The counter is initialized in the constructor. Okay. Acquiring the semaphore decreases the counter, and releasing the semaphore increases the counter. If a thread tries to acquire a semaphore when the counter is 0, the thread blocks until another thread increments the counter by releasing the semaphore. Okay. Latches and binaries. I'm just here for the C++. I guessed that the second you were here on the C++ starting. Maybe then like that might be interesting for you, definitely. Like my plan is always to in best case do everything I do for every stream, and then but structured in a way that, like, because I now no longer stream like many days, I have to see if I want to do something like do the Sunday for programming magic switching, or if I want to do like every day first programming, then Magic the Gathering, and then animation. So I'm not quite sure yet how I will structure that with just streaming Friday and Sunday. Because before it was rather I do either of them, and then maybe also sometimes only Magic. So yeah, I'll have to see how I want to do that. But I'm definitely not fit enough today for just C++. Though I would have loved to get like actual programming here today. Because I didn't thought that there would be so much more like introduction till we actually start with things. Okay, latches and barriers. Are straightforward thread synchronization mechanisms that enable some threads to block until a counter becomes 0. You can use a latch only once. You can use a barrier more than once. A latch is useful for managing one task by multiple threads. A barrier is useful for managing repeated tasks by multiple threads. Okay. Furthermore, barrier can adjust the counter to each interaction. The following is based on a code snippet from a proposal. I fixed a few typos and reformatted it. The counter of the latch completion latch, line 2, is set to n tasks. The thread pool executes n tasks jobs, line 4 to 10. At the end of each job, the counter is decremented, line 8. So let's see, this are the end tasks. Then here we count down each time, go through that. And then here we go over that for n times. Okay. The thread running function dwork blocks in line 12 until all tasks have finished. Yeah, so here completion latch wait. Okay, so we start basically all the tasks, let them all count down and wait till they are done. That's neat. Okay. Next part. Cooperative interruption. Thanks to stop token, a standard J thread can be interrupted cooperatively. Do they explain that code? This is the output of the program, okay. The main program starts 2 threads, non-interruptible and interruptible. Only the interruptible thread gets a stop token, which is used in line 17 to check if it is interrupted. The lambda immediately returns in case of the interruption. Let's see line 17. Okay, so we have the 2 threads, and then here is the token, and I think the rest is equal. Yeah, the rest is equal. So I guess this is just the option to have this stop token be checked. So we request that for both of them. I wonder though where, like, being able to put a request stop on this, right? It is interesting to me because this doesn't look like syntax, right? This looks like to me at least, putting in just as a optional parameter, which I would have expected the non-interruptible one to not even have this function. I'm not sure if they explain that later. But maybe that's some automatic generation, or maybe it's just always there in the J thread. To call to interruptible request stop triggers the cancellation of the thread. Calling no interruptible request stop has no effect. Or maybe I guess that is because this can have a function or a lambda that either has this token or not. So I guess this is always there, and then depending on what the lambda that is put in here is, it will be forwarded to the lambda and then can be used there. That makes sense, I guess. And then that also enables us to like use this J thread just like that without thinking about what someone put in there. Okay, I think that should be how that works. Has no effect, right? JThread stands for joining thread. JThread extends a thread by automatically joining the started thread. JThread can also be interrupted. JThread is added to the C++ standard because of the non-intuitive behavior of thread. If a thread is still joinable, terminate is called in its destructor. A thread through THR is joinable if neither join nor detach was called. Okay, let's see this one. We create a thread here that outputs something, and then joinable will be true down here. The output of this program on the first attempt is true, and then terminate called without an active expression, aborted, core dumped. The output of the program on the second attempt is the same, but we get the joinable thread output. Both executions of the program terminate. In the second run, the thread has enough time to display its message. Yeah, that we see here. In the modified example below, I used JThread from C++20 standard. So then this is auto-joined and therefore should always do the same thing, and also, yeah, without the aborted message. Another thread automatically joins in its destructor if necessary. Okay, that's neat to have. Just one line less to write every time you use threads. And I guess there's more to that and more options here, right? Like the request stop and stuff. Okay, let's see. Synchronized output streams. Since C++20, we get synchronized output streams. What happens when more threads write concurrently to cout without synchronization? Okay. say hello, right there. Then we join a bunch of threads, start a bunch of threads. Let's say T, and then a number. You may get a mess as follows. Yeah, definitely had things like that before when testing some stuff. Switch from cout in the function say hello to O, like output sync stream, turns the mess into harmony. Okay, so you create that from standard or for standard out, I guess. Like this most likely will be the output you want to synchronize. This time we get synchronized output. I'm currently wondering what defines here the order. I guess it's compile time discovery of that code or that keyword, maybe. Yeah, but I'm not sure. I guess they'll put more details for that too, right? Let's see. Synchronization output streams. Yeah, okay, so we get more details on that. Okay. In mess into harmony, this time we get the sorted output. Nice. Okay. So we now add concepts. I'll need to decide if I now want to continue or not. Interesting that this takes so long. Yeah, I'm not sure they would all being in complete order. But I think the more important part is that standard stop on each other's outputs. Yeah, definitely. Like scrolling down, right, this here, breaking writing into other things. This definitely is nice to not have, but I wonder if with their example they actually wanted to state this will be ordered, or they just wanted to hint at the no longer like messed up output lines. But I guess they go into detail that later on. They don't stomp on. Yeah. Okay, so we have this now. I think I'll go into concepts next time, especially because from now on, I will have like from Sunday to Friday, always a week. So if it would be a Friday now, I think I would continue a little, and then like it's only 2 days to recall what I've done before. Which also means that I think I want to go with the approach of like starting with programming maybe every stream and then switching things up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it like that. The only thing that might happen now is that because OBS crashed earlier, I might have problems with Magic, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so like thanks to everyone, like especially Beef you too, for joining for like programming. Didn't do that often, and also didn't like really program yet anything, right? But I'll definitely do this more often. And then again, maybe next time on Friday, I'll also try to do another Stack Overflow question and see how that will go, and then go from Stack Overflow question into the concepts chapter. So I'll go into the break stream right now, break view, switch the record, and like set up for magic. So yeah, see you in a bit. And like, if you leave or anything, then definitely thanks for joining by. Let me see the break screen here. Where is it? Cool. See you next time for some more program. Yeah, happy if you join by again. Okay. Oh, I think I don't want to ever show the login with Magic, because I think when it fails to log you in, it reveals the email address, and I don't want that to happen. Okay, so this seems to work. Let's see, do I know what the next tier will be? Because that would be nicer than writing it the way I did. So, too late, I've hacked your account. It didn't show in this case. It's only if you have to re-log in, but nice try. Can I reach Platinum? Reach Platinum before rank reset. Also new decks. Okay. So let's go with that, update that here. And then I don't know a platinum emote, so I'll leave the title as it is. Okay, that should all be updated and work, I hope. And then also, we now hope that there is like no crashes today with the game, like with OBS sooner. I always turn everything off when I play Magic, just to be sure, like even browser and anything. That's why like the CC, the translation to, not translation, the subtitles won't work on Magic, because I won't like start them in the browser and stuff like that. So I think I'm gonna redo this task, but we didn't get 750 gold, which is fine. So yeah, let's play some Samurai, and then afterwards, maybe after 2 or 3 losses, I'll look into the new decks, try them out, and then be super sad they don't work at all as I want them to do. By the way, I'm looking while playing Age of Empires 4. Ooh. Are you playing like multiplayer or just campaign? I always was so bad at like that game against other players, because like I always have been fine just building huge armies and run over everything that I didn't learn the actual deep down mechanics. I'm not fine with this hand or the one before, so I guess I go down to 5. Also, I don't identify these cards at the moment, where like we bought the new designs, right? The anime designs last stream, and now I don't identify the cards quickly. I need to read their name. Okay, let's go with this and see. Hi Hunter. Gram Gully Countess. Gram Gully Countess. Is it okay that I have no idea what Gram Gully means? Let's see, entered tapped. And will a translation program help me with that? It will not. If you don't mind, I'd be pleased to understand Gully was the picture for your +++1/+1 counter deck goblin card. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's like my brawl deck, my one brawl deck I have. Historic brawl deck. So I guess from that you know Magic and play Magic. I'm gonna go with this one, do damage, and then maybe have the protection for the round, though I think they might just attack again. Oh, and also, like, I'm trying to learn the names more, but I've always just gone by picture, and then I have like one viewer that like also then from time to time writes some card names, and I'm always entirely confused what they're talking about, just because I don't recall like any of the names. But I'm trying to do that more. Yeah, we're just attacking here, getting our effects triggered. With like this one, right, we get can draw a card from this pool. And this one like increases the strength of our creatures, and then with this one we would get another attack phase each turn. So we'll see if they stop us here. If we can drop that, that's like nearly optimal, and should be hard for them to counter, except if they have like mass removal killer creatures. At the beginning of your combat, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. This just has lifelink. I wonder why they attack. Because we have double strike. This creature should just be dead against us. So I'm searching for like the combat trick they might have that I'm currently not seeing. I'm too much fear of their open manner, so I won't block this one, although I would like to do. Okay, so I'm happy I didn't here. Let's read this one quickly again, and then I'll see what I do. And then I'll read chat again. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. If your life total is greater than or equal the last noted life value, then note your life total whenever you cast a spell, gain 1 life. Okay. Okay, so we'll play this one for more white. And then this one most likely won't help us, so I rather scry here. And I'm fine with getting more removal because our current board looks great so far. And I think I'm gonna remove this one, just so that do I want to do that? Like the problem here is that I don't have my life regen card, and I fear they have more of this card, right? And then we'll be able to damage me so much next turn that I might lose the game. So let's just hope they don't have that, or don't have another mana here, like green mana to do that. I've played on and off since I was 12. Okay, I see. Let's attack with this one again. Again, double strike. This is neat because I can tap a creature when I attack with a samurai alone. Yeah, like I didn't play. I played when I was a teenager, like once or twice, like in school. But we all played Yu-Gi-Oh back then, so I had like one deck with a friend, and that friend kept the cards in the end. Let's see. can't do anything here. And then I didn't play for a long time and always wanted to get into that again. Then at some point I played a lot of paper magic, but at the moment, and then switched to like Magic the Gathering Arena, and I'm just getting more into that for like all of January again. I think I want to kill both of those creatures. This card again, and this card and others are new in this version. Like I changed stuff, so I am not fully into how they function. Let's play this one too, and then just tap that one and just get damage in. We'll be at either 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage, or I get 4 damage in, then plus 2, 12. I think it will not matter here. So let's attack with this one, and then buff that one too. Except we draw something else. Okay. Nice win, though I think this was again one of those situations where they just thought I played too slow, which then always a little sad. But yeah, I guess this would have been one. Would have put +2/+2 here. That would be 10 damage by that card alone, and then in the next attack phase, because of this creature, we would have done more than 10 damage because of this and would have won. I mostly just play limited draft now. Okay, I see. That's also cool. I never did that a lot because I don't have like people to play that with, and I never wanted to commit so much that I would go to Friday nights magics or stuff like that and then play there. And the same is with like online, like in Arena. I always feel like I waste my like in-game currency on that because I wouldn't be good enough or expect to not have enough fun. Just because you like can't just play, right? You would need to pay some entry fee all the time. But yeah, I liked playing limited when I did whatever that then was. I like all versions. I never did like a big draft though, and I didn't pay attention to my land enough here, but we'll see if we still make this work. Didn't see I didn't have red. Still quite tough. Oh, we got so lucky. This is so undeserved, but we'll go with that. Let's play this because we can squeeze that in later maybe when they play something and we remove that. Yeah, but like I never played a like huge draft. It was I think maximum 3 people including me. What I did though was like pre-release events and stuff like that. That was so much fun. Do we want to remove this one? I think I don't need to do that now, so I'd rather wait here. Only play this one, and then maybe play that after. Or I could cycle one of those. We'll see. Like, it's always hard to get this card, and it's so important for the deck that I think I can't get rid of that one. This will be my strong card currently, so it'd be up to those 2 cards. And currently I'll have no option to play this until we reach 4 and can play that card, so this will have reduced costs. So I go with that one. Shadow Spear is nice to have here. And then we'll just hope they like won't have too much removal when we want to play our big drop here. Let's equip this. Can we do that? No, we can't. Okay. This is also new. I replaced this one for like other equipment cards I had. So I'm not yet, like, again, used to that one fully. It's the format I like the most. Oh yeah, sealed pre-release are so fun. Oh yeah, it's so nice. Though I think like you need to see where you do them sometimes. Because I guess where I did, there were some competitive players, but it was a really casual way playing, and that really, I really like that because I felt so welcome, and I didn't feel like I would need to do anything perfect there, or like 100% on time do the decks or whatever, or I could mess stuff up, and that was always nice for me. Which is also a thing why do I want to do that? Yeah, we can replay that next turn, that's fine. And if they waste both creatures, that will also be okay. That's also a thing for Friday Night's Magic, I think. Don't want to switch here, I'm fine with that. Let me turn the record. This was huge misplay on my side. Forgot that they could buff that and then kill my card. But I think we'll still fine here, even though this was just wasted. I won't attack here now. Oh, I also just clicked when sitting down, like pass through. I could have sacrificed that one and made this indestructible, and then attacking again would have made sense. But yeah. I'm fine with that. I'll just kill this next turn and then we're good. Let's get more red. And this will be nice to have. But like, there are cards that could be better. This is still good though. I'll go with that one. And then we'll replay this one. And we will kill this one. And now we keep going. Okay. Pre-pandemic, the store I go to would pull like 100 players. So it was a nice mix of people. A nice mix of people who were really good casual players and new players. Okay, I see. This is like a whole nother scale than what I am used to. I think we were in total maybe, I don't know, 20 to 30 people. At most. So that sounds like a lot of fun too. Like that would then be, I guess, an entire day and not just an evening of playing. Or maybe they change how they play and you don't play like each player and just have like climbing up tables or maybe something like that. Not sure. Okay. So I should read this one. Reveal top card. to your hand, rest graveyard, put limit from land cards on your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Okay, create a tree folk. They did that. Power toughness reach of land, so they cannot get more land right now. Return all permanent cards from a graveyard to your hand. You get an emblem. Okay, so I will definitely... No. Ah. This is what happens when you're not used to your cards. I'll attach this one, and now we can no longer play that, which is sad. But I wouldn't have attacked anyway with her. And I currently don't have cards. Or do I want to cycle? No, I don't want to do that. I currently don't have cards that benefit from having another samurai in play, which I definitely have in this deck. So this wasn't too bad, but definitely bad play here. I'll put that on drinking yesterday, although I'm sure I do those mistakes now and then all the time. They had like tracked stats that went from event to event. Okay, and then you start like in a region where you not belong, but better fit in. That makes sense. Okay, now we do need things because we can no longer attack here. Except if I give this indestructibility. I could play that card for 2 and get 2 creatures in play. Those could also save me here. And this card is new in this deck, so I think I want to try that out. Because of the combat trick of giving this indestructibility, I could do anyways. But this might make our creatures strong enough so that we don't even need to sacrifice the Selfless Samurai. Yeah, this one and this one, please. Oh, this is really nice. First time playing that card. So now they're basically dead. Like, there's nothing they can do here. This will give +1 for each creature we have. So we get +5 there. And trample. And we'll get another turn to attack because of that card. Yeah, they realized. Okay, we might actually reach Platinum today if this keeps going. Which will make me so happy, because before I adjusted the Samurai deck, like I played that a lot before I started streaming in January. And then they switched stuff with like how the cards work for Historic and Alchemy on Magic Arena. And I couldn't get out of Gold 4 with the deck. And that it actually is improved now just feels so good. I think we can keep this. Oh, from 1, oh, I need white here. And I want to be quick. Once in a pre-release event, I like beat the one really good player. That also felt so good. Like, I actually got super lucky with what I drew, and afterwards I didn't win like every game. Like, in the sealed card pool that I had were very good cards, where they actually left afterwards angry, in like a sense of how could you even lose a game with these cards or this deck, which was quite satisfying. Though I'm sure in like a fair matchup, I would have had no chance against them. But yeah, that was just a funny side story. Who is this artist? This is Enter Shikari, if you're talking about music. You should be able to see also the album cover behind me, right? Let me see if I can see there. My turn. Yeah, right. It should be in the top behind me. Exactly. Between the plant and BD1. Should be the spark, by the way, if you also want to know the record. For all the other records, I listed them explicitly here, but because I have all of Fantasy Shikari, I don't list them because the command would get too long. Yeah, but if you want any song name, track name, or anything, I should be able to either know it or look it up on the record. Oh, by the way, I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but this is like renewal plate, right? So maybe that then makes more sense. I'm not sure if told about that already when you were here, Hunter. This spell has flashes and control flash permanent. Destroy target creature. Yeah, we don't want that one to die. Definitely not. And I think this is more scary than our creatures, so we'll try to kill that here. Also because we can draw on a card now. And we get back our Selfless Samurai, so this is nice. Ayaya deck. Oh yeah, the Ayaya deck. Also with the new art styles. Like, we don't have one of the new here right now, but I assure you there are more Ayaya pictures here than before. We'll definitely go with this one because that will make our creatures so much stronger. Though I'm not sure if I can risk losing our Imperial Blade Master here. So let's do that one first and then. You said new record. I was paying attention to the game I'm playing. I said vinyl, however you call that, like physical recording on plastic. Like those things. 1, 2, 3. No attack here. Wait. Oh, yeah, sure. They played the spell before I got this card into play. How dare them? Glad we have another one on the hand. Though I might actually not play that this turn, and rather play Asari here. Because then at least I can attack. If I play this now, it won't be worth it because I wouldn't attack anyway, so no need to do that. And then I think we don't have any turn 1 plays, 1 mana cards helpful. They're really strong on removal. I don't like that. Enter the battlefield, tap, enchant, play it. If it's an equipment, unattach it. Enchanted permanent loses all abilities and doesn't untap during its controller's untap. Okay, that's bad because we can't do anything against that. Like, I think there's nothing in this deck that can handle enchantments. And then also the abilities no longer work here, right? Yeah, this is bad. Can't deal with their creature now. Alright, I lurk in game. Good luck with the ladder. Thanks, and you have a lot of fun. And we'll catch us like tomorrow in pub stream anyway, right? Pass my turn. And thanks like for even dropping by. Very glad and always happy when I see like the puppery chatter joining. I think I want to play this one and get damage in. Though they are quite down now with hand cards. So I could as well play more aggressive and at least get this one in play so they can't counter it. Yeah, I think I'm fine with waiting one round here. And then just sacrifice one of them maybe to at least draw another card. Because with this and flying, they seem to not be able to handle that. So I'd rather get more options here. Okay, let's take another Selfless Samurai. And then we'll see what they do. Most likely just kill that. Which is fine. Okay. Really annoyed with this card here. Oh yeah, here's a new IAA design. The Imperial Subduer. It's again the tap creature. Tap another creature card. So we're still on 4, which is sad because 5 would have been optimal to play them both. I could still keep this for later and rather play those two or attach this one. I think I want to rather do that. Because this is still a strong play for whatever situation, so I don't want to possibly waste that now, depending on what they have in their hand. We don't need another of that. This would be fine though. Okay, so let's see what they do now. If everything works fine here, we should have won this in a second. Only mass removal should be able to save them. Which they might have, assuming that they had so much destruction and also like this tapping card. Okay, but they didn't draw something here. Nice. It's crazy how few losses this deck had until now. Can I click that myself if I do deck? Let's start the next directly. Like, I'll definitely play until I lost once. Oh, but I don't want to click that link now, right? Because I fear crashes. So let's see. Can I click it on my phone? Oh, this is a tough to keep because I don't have much to play. I think I'll risk this one and see if it gets better. This is fine. And then I'll draw I think I dropped this one. Let's see. Let me put deck again in there. Oh, we got the card back. Nice. But this time on my phone, so I then actually can click the link. I'm on my own timer now and cannot actually get the link. Okay, I do that afterwards. I think it was at like 60, 70, 80, somewhere that range win rate when I looked last time. Where before the Samurai deck ended up at 50-50 winning rate. We now even have this card twice on the hand, so I don't even bother if they kill that and have no regrets playing that directly. I think I go with this one to maybe get another card rather than cycling through my hands, because what I currently have is good enough, right? There was the other option on the left, on the right, where I could have picked the other goblin, and then with that one could replace one of my hand cards whenever I attack with a samurai alone. I knew this card, I think, but I'm not 100% sure on the details. As long as you've put one or more +1 counters on a creature this turn, it has trample and lifelink. Okay. Every creature control with a 1/1 counter on it gains trample and lifelink. Okay, so I'm fine with that. Definitely want to kill this now though. So maybe I should have picked the goblin and then now be able to cycle through my cards in hope for a removal spell. Let me play this turn and then I'll turn the record. I guess we play this and attach it to our Blade Master, and then we have enough attack to kill that one in first strike. With first strike, so in the attack phase before they can defend themselves. And they shouldn't gain life here anywhere. I'm not sure though if they, like, can they sacrifice at any point? If they do though, both of our creatures would die, with what I would be fine because I can replay my card. Okay, let's attack and then I'll switch. Another huge misplay here from my side. When attacking, this card can be attached for just one, where I didn't think about that and just paid 2 directly. But then I'll again excuse that at the moment, with me so being used to the cards I had before. Like, I had Eater of Virtue and not the Ancestral Katana. So I always equip my artifacts and equipments directly. So for sure that's the reason why I'm playing that, not because I don't pay enough attention. Okay, so they now have a big creature there. This might become a problem for us. We can give our card 2 more attack though. So they would need to sacrifice a I need life gain too, so we cannot stop that, and trample will get through our card anyway. This might become a race who can do more damage, which I don't like with them dropping stronger and stronger creatures. So we'll have to see how that goes. Okay, so let's see. I definitely want to play and attach this card, so that they would need to sacrifice Ashire, Soul of the Wild, to be able to block our card and kill it. So now I could attack, or play a second Imperial Blade Master. If I play the second one now, and I need to sacrifice the Selfless Samurai, I couldn't play the Selfless Samurai when I draw another one. So I think I keep my mana open, even though I can only draw one card now and not two from the Imperial Blade Master's pool. Yeah, don't remind me that I wasted here. Oh, we definitely take the Amendment Wall, because if they now block us, we'll give indestructibility with that one instead of sacrificing the Selfless Samurai. This build will be way better than losing the Selfless Samurai. Hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. This is interesting. So those creatures will just attack each other. Though we will get life for this. And because they don't die with the first one, we in both cases of the double strike get life for that. So that's a bunch of life for us with now at 33. Oh, this is not good though, because they have trample. Now with like basically whenever they want, I would have a problem to at one point just sacrifice a creature and be fine here. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, that's just a lot of damage. They don't have Vigilantes, or how that's called, though, so they will tap. That's good to me. Like, those 18 damage are much, but if I'll draw, like, some good cards soon, I'm totally fine with everything here. Yeah, for example, like this card. So we can now tap one of their creatures, which means that we can kill either this one or do direct damage. And I think now I want to play the other Imperial Blade Master to be able to draw more cards. Because I don't think they have a lot of removal spells in their deck. Rather, they would have combat tricks. At least that is what I hope. Do we also want to play this one? No, I think that's not worth it. And then we'll tag with the Imperial Blade Master. We'll tap their Sea Guardian Paladin. And we get, I think... Yeah, let's get more Imperial Subduers here. Should just tap everything they do. And then I think I want also more Ancestral Katanas to make my creature even stronger. So if they block, they would need to handle 8 double strike, which is tough to do. Okay, and then next turn we could play those two. I also hope to not do the same mistake again and play the ancestral katana and attaches with their special ability for just 1. Not wasting life again here. Okay, they now have their indestructible creature with his Helio. What should I do? Oh, I just need to confirm here. With their god. But that should be fine. I think we can still outpace them if we draw one Isari captain. Which like gives us +1/+1 for each creature here, right? So then our damage would increase from 6 to 11 when we play that card, and then each turn we play another samurai and increase our damage. Except if I miscalculate and we are dead now, but I think we aren't. That's 20, 28, 31. Oh, we might be dead here. Does anything not have trample? This one. No, cancel that. Pass that. Block that one. Everything else has trample. And then pass that. Yeah, I was too self-assured here, definitely. This is fine. I think it's now 1 and 3, or 3 and 1, 2, 1. I wonder if I could have outpaced them there, or like play differently, right? Maybe be ready to block things rather than just bash through. Maybe the best thing to do would have been to at the point where I could decide if I want that one card or the goblin to switch through my hand cards. I think I should have done that, just to have the option to cycle through my cards, like this one, right? I could have played this one. I think I'm fine with this hand card, even though it's not amazing. And then I could have find the Asari. Yeah, keep this. I could have found the Isari captain soon enough to win this game then. Where the way I played it, I just waited for that card to come and it didn't, and then I had no chance to win. So maybe that's a lesson to value this card way more. Which is interesting, because before I didn't even have that one in the deck. Which I can't believe at this point anymore, because it's so helpful all the time. Before I just never found the cards I needed, and here in many instances it actually helped me a lot to like get exactly what I want or need in a certain situation. I would want to cycle my planeswalker, I think. So we will attack here. But I could also cycle this, but this card is new to me, so I want to play that. Okay, drawing a land here is fine, so we're at least at 4, which is the perfect spot for this deck. Like 4 is what I need for my strongest spell. Except like maybe this one when I get way more powerful late game, but 4 is a good position to be in. We'll see though how this goes, because they definitely play quick, and although this deck isn't the slowest, it definitely needs some time to get going. So what I'm thinking now is to not play the Imperial Blade Master, rather attach the +2/+2, then cycle one of my cards and hope to draw a removal spell, and then with that removal spell I'd be able to kill that creature. I could also play the Exemplar and be on 2 and kill one of their creatures, but I think I don't want to risk it dying, because they have no reason to not just sacrifice one of their goblins, and in this case they would at least lose 2 goblins, so a land or this construction? If I keep the construction, that might get in handy to get me cards in for at least 1 card. Oh no, but I need the white. I need the 1 white, so that wouldn't be helpful. So they don't even sacrifice anything here. And sadly we only drew the moth, so we're close to be dead now. Oh yeah, now this is definitely gonna be a tough time. Let's block that one. Right, 4, 8, 12 damage. Yeah, or don't we? I think we can just give this one up. No chance here to win. Okay. 2 losses in a row. Definitely just a coincidence. We will get out of gold here, because like after gold 1 there'll be platinum, so we can't start struggling now short before a goal. I did the tutorial for Magic Arena. Oh, nice. It was interesting. I'll complete the other challenges too soon. How did you like it? Like, interesting sounds as if you're not yet sure if this will be a game for you or not, or more interesting in the sense of interesting mechanics and like different way than you are used to playing in card games. I think this is not playable. Yeah, definitely not. We need some planes in the first starting hand. This, though, definitely is playable, and then we'll just cycle through with that card. I'm always dropping my Planeswalker, so I might drop that card soon. But then maybe I'll just not value it enough and shouldn't drop it that often. We'll see. We don't have turn to play, and this will be 2 to equip, so we can rather save the 2 life and play that 1 tap now. And then we just attack this. So they can non-creature spells. Okay, I have no problem with the non-creature spells. I will... I don't even need to cycle right now. Can play that next turn. Then can play this in the turn after, or that one. Maybe this and that card, and then drop this if needed. So we'll decline here. No, I liked it. It's a lot more interesting than the other card games I've played. Okay, I see. Like Hearthstone was one of them, right? Has a lot more depth. Yeah, it's also what I like about this. Though for me that also means that sometimes I just spend too much time thinking rather than just playing. But I like that basically each turn is kind of a little riddle on what to do. At least with the decks I play. Like if you play just mono red, Burn I think is the name. No, it's mono red Acro. Then you just drop everything and attack and repeat that. Or there are also decks where you just basically the game you play is drop a big creature and drop them as quickly as possible. So there's not much finicky mechanics. Oh, I didn't realize that I don't have a second plane here, so I can't even play the card. I think I want to get rid of that creature. And then I will reattach. And attack. And then, because I don't even have the land to play this, we gonna cycle through that. And then this way I can't play either at the moment. This is really nice, okay. I like this card a lot. And also the new card style of this card also is really nice. The IIR extension we did last time is great. Wait, why did they need to untap my card? Why did they do that? For no reason? Or 3 we can't get to 6, so this might as well enter tapped. And then I wonder if they will block, but I guess they will. Because this isn't too valuable, so if they just sacrifice 1 to kill my creature, that will be worth a lot to them. So even if we play this and get +3 and have 7 attack here, that will still be the same situation. And I don't want to use that card. So it would be 3, 6, 10. 10 is not enough to kill them all, and I can't protect the card. So I think I go with the Maul of Skyclave. Because we can pay 1 and then attack with 6. Let me turn the record while they think. I'm not sure why they do that. I'll pay that 1. Oh, they just sacrificed another one, I guess. I didn't read that correctly. I thought they would need to sacrifice this card, but they just sacrifice any card here. If I attack now, they'll just sacrifice their card, so let's not do that. Yeah, let's just see how it goes. With how this is currently going, I hope we have not reached the next threshold in our climbing here. I can attack here. It would die. Not sure which is worse to lose of those two. Let's go with this one because we need life and I don't want to reattach here. And then what we will do is cycle through our cards. And keep this one. Then use the indestructibility removing. And so they would now, if they do, lose their creature, which will be fine for me. Because the next turn we can play that +2/+2. This will only be that one, okay. And then if this one gets flying, we can just attack them directly for... Yeah, sure, do that. We can attack them directly. Ishin from Sekiro, yeah. Where? Oh yeah, it died. Though I think it does look more like Owl, right? Like the old Owl rather than Ishin. Am I dead again without realizing or not? So they do 12 damage. No, I won't do that. I'll just take that. And then the problem is that I cannot get rid of this card. If they wouldn't have that spell here, like I could play this and win the game, but I can only 2 times revert that one. So they would sacrifice 2 creatures and then would be with 2/2/1 2/2/1/1 2/2/2/2 creature. But mine would be strong. Well, no, wouldn't be. And then I could block, maybe. And if this gets through, we have 4, 5, 6 damage only. With those two, that would be 7. So that wouldn't be enough to kill them. but it would be enough to block. I guess we're hoping for them to sacrifice their creatures here. At least one. Okay, they don't. I think we're dead anyway now. Because they can just do nothing here, survive, attack with everything, and 2 will get through. So this is a good game. Also no mana left to whatever we draw would help us. But this was very close. And also seeing that the like 2 games before this one, I think I could have won if I played correctly. This is fine for me. As long as I win the next game, I'm still hopeful. After that, we'll need to see how this goes and if we actually have a chance. Now I actually understand some concepts. Like, I know what tap means. Oh, interesting. I didn't even think about the concept of tapping would be like would have a need to explain, because that's like so core to what I say. But yeah, that makes sense. I wonder though how you would explain that even. Like, it's a state where a creature can be in and sometimes is put into or something like that, and where it can't do certain things, maybe? Not sure. I like our turn 2, 3, 4 plays here, but 2 of those is just wasted hand size. So I could definitely mulligan once. This looks way better. Let's keep that and get rid of, again, our Planeswalker. I have that one 2 times in the deck. So maybe getting rid of that actually is a thing I should do. Though I paid 2 mythic rare wildcards, so I kind of want to keep that. I think at least I paid that. Maybe I didn't, maybe I draw them when opening packs, but I'm not sure. Yeah, let's play that one. According to the tutorial, tap can't block. Yeah, exactly. And then there's also cards that say like, tap me and you get something for it, right? Like this here is the tap symbol, right? So you can tap that for any of those mana types. And then if that, or maybe another card would have an effect like that, that can't be used if the card is tapped. So you can't block, you can't attack if you're tapped, you can't use tap effects. There's like a bunch that no longer works when tapped. When it enters the battlefield, opponent reveals a hand, exile a creature card that revealed by this. Okay. Choose a creature card exiled with it with mana X becomes a copy of that card. I think there's a double-sided card, right? So they can't transform to T-Bolt. I definitely want my card back. They should not play this. Like, they have no right in Ishin at all. I can play and attach this, then we are at 4-4, that should be enough to kill them. Or I could play this one, will be 4-2. No, let's do this. And hope they sacrifice, but I'll bet they won't. I should have reacted with this one when they stole our Ishin. One thing I understand that they don't do, but I would love to have, is more chatting functions, because everything you have is this, and you can kind of customize that with like if you pay with the in-game currency for things that then only sometimes are in the shop. You can get like emotes animated and then other phrases, I think. Oh, how dare them. I would just love to be able to chat with the opponents, because I'll just be nice about that and then just talk, right? And I could mute them if they do it in a way I don't like or they get offensive or anything, but not having that ability at all, I don't like. But then maybe they just want to have as little toxicity as possible. Well, you can still stall enemies, right? So there's a certain way of showing your unhappiness still. But imagine like bantering with them now if over they stealing Ishin, or starting a conversation if they even played Elden Ring, and how they dared to steal our card if they didn't. Currently thinking like if I want to potentially sacrifice this card or rather that card, but I think I want to play this definitely, and because of that I'll not reattach here, and then we'll see if they want to sacrifice. Fine with entering entering tapped, and then let's see what they don't do. Exile target monocolored permanent. No. Definitely not. Do we cycle here? The creature would enter tapped anyway, so haste wouldn't be of value. The indestructible counter though, if I get that once, will be super valuable, so let's stick with that, even though I would always love Selfless Samurai the most. And now we'll see if we can free Ishin here or not. Okay, it's not yet time. Then we'll just attack again, I guess. Still decline. 8 damage. They would be dead if they don't block. So now we'll get back Ishin. Finally, where Ishin belongs. So we'll see if they be able to do anything, or if they'll just concede or just give up. Yeah, okay, nice, okay. So I don't yet need to lose all hope in this deck. Thinking about if I want to like now play the new decks once, and then go back to the samurai deck, because the season ends in 46 hours, right? So before I play the next time, next Friday, the season will have ended. So I would want to, I think, play as much samurai today as possible to get into the next rank, because that will give more boosters, I think, for finishing in the high rank. And so I guess I'll rather play more samurai now for maybe half an hour to an hour, then play the new decks, and then see how late it actually will be, because I'm always making plans and then playing more and more and more and more. So we'll see how that goes. I kind of want to keep it, but having no mountains for our Imperial Blade Master or Ishan, I think is way too risky, and the first mulligan should be fine. Again, not having mountain is super unfortunate. And not even 3 lands. I think with 3 lands I would have kept this. This is okay. We'll drop 1 Ishan, I think. I want to play this turn 2, this turn 3, and I want that card. So I'll guess we get rid of a land here. Or Ishan. I think I'd rather stall some turns. Than not having any options here. And then we'll just hope to draw a land soon. Or that this one will save us long enough. So we have to play this for white now. And I will play this one first, because we get that effect anyway. And losing this... so maybe I'm right with that. I feel like losing this isn't too bad. But then in this case, I think I'd rather kept that one, because that enables me to gain back life, right? Yeah, let's play this one first. Use as much mana as we can. Each other creature you control that's a fungus or rolling gets +1/+1. Interesting. It's been a long time since I played against if they really put all of that on fungus deck. And this is not just one card here. Also good work of them into choosing this as their deck card. This would again be a situation where if I could chat with them now, like I would just compliment them for their aesthetic choice here. Playing basically a fungus deck with a food sleeve on their cards. Yeah, let's play this. Like, that's what we can do here. Get some damage in, hope to draw some nice cards. And I think I need to go with this one, because I can't play anything else. Though this can give me planes. But not in game. and I would need to pay 2 for that. Where this one gives me just another drawing option. And only if I actually attack, which isn't sure. I'll switch the record soon. I think I want this because this gives me long-term advantage, and I don't fear yet that they quickly kill me, but I might be wrong here. Let me switch the record in parallel. Not sure what I want to do here, but I guess I need to go with this one because else I'll just be dead. And then I cannot attack. Though I could just sacrifice the Exemplar. Let's risk that, because if they don't buff them more and I sacrifice against one of them, I would have won next turn. So we'll put all on this card. And then we'll get this creature to just replay it. Or this. Let's do that. Oh, they got trample. Nice of them. The hole in this record is a little too tight. And I forget that each time, so I always have to stop it and play that again then. Because else it will be like tilted and not play like perfectly. Okay, so we were one turn away from winning, and without trample they wouldn't have gotten this. I wonder though if I could have seen trample coming. Yeah, okay, so this gave them trample, so I could have seen that, not attacked with this card, and blocked them. That would have been the play, so this definitely goes on me. Oh, I'll put this one on the records and the switching. I think if I not fear that something crashes if I run too much while playing Magic, because it's just strange on my PC with a game, I maybe would play like from my app on PC, like the music. Because I kind of play records twice when playing Magic, because I don't want to like switch the entire album. But maybe I should just prepare them so I can switch quicker. Or then or then also just try to let's go white first here. I'll just try if that will work, playing non record music while Magic. Okay, so I guess we just play more cards here. Yeah, let's just pressure them. I feel like with the deck and the cards they played so far, they will have lots of removal spells. Like that's usually a typical thing, that you like scry a lot, draw a lot of cards, deny the opponent to play their creatures and spells, and then at some point you drop something big. And this seems like such a game for me, but I might be wrong. Which then would mean that I would be more aware on what I play, just so that I don't waste, like, for example, Ishin. Which I think we'll do here now. We'll not risk that. Yeah, we will not risk that. Playing this now, they might have a removal spell that says don't play except the we pay 1 more mana, and we wouldn't have 1 mana open. So I'd rather kill this creature here to not waste mana completely. And then that is also not too bad, because we get the excess, which means the remaining damage that is not held, and can do that later. I wonder now, like, I think my card just does nothing, right? Yeah, so we don't get that excess damage now. But it's not too bad. We can tap this creature and get some damage in. And the next turn, we hope they play this again. Yeah, no more mana here. So now I play another land, and then I'm fine with playing this one. Okay. The fact that they now play this card and draw more cards, I'd assume they didn't even have removal spells, or not removal spells, are they called? Deny spells? No, counter spells is the word. So, actually now, we will just play this one safely, because this is definitely the strongest card I have here. And then we will make this 3/2. Tap that one, and then if they want to block, sure they can. And if they don't, they're down in life a lot. Okay, that's fine to me. You get another attack turn. They don't have anything to block here right now, so this is nice. Yeah, that's sure. Block, tap that one again. I'm fine with how this currently looks. I wonder what they could have. Like, they could have some cards to just do damage, right? So they could just kill one of my cards with like 3 or 4 damage with the mana they have. But they definitely search for lands right now, because they haven't played any and just draw through their cards as much as they can. What does it do? Oh, draw 2 cards. So they are still in finding what they want. Yeah, this is what I talked about. Just doing damage, killing things. But they again have no mana open here, and I don't need 5. So I think I'm gonna now play this one and rather scry than scry for this than untap it. And I think I'm fine with that card because of the first strike. Though my damage is decent, I think there are better cards to draw here. And even drawing land wouldn't be the worst. We go with this 5 first strike damage, so if they block with everything, it will still die. What we are lacking here, and that's where the card we could have drawn also doesn't help, is Trample at this moment. But because of their combination, this lets us get another attack turn, right? And then this lets everything trigger twice, so we get 2 additional attack turns. This is so broken and strong, like if you get it in play for sure, so it's not like we win everything, right? We don't have those cards in play and safe all the time. Which they aren't safe right now, because if they play some 4 damage removal spell, they are gone and we can't do nothing against that at the moment. But those additional attack bases are so strong. Yeah, we want removal here for those cards, because they will just create more elements here. Elementals, I think, is it in English, right? Yeah. More elementals than we can possibly kill each turn. Depending on what we draw here, I might just play this and see what we can get into play here. Maybe Asari would be super nice. I like Asari Commander. Let's do that. We have enough here. So let's play 3 cards. Those 2 are fine. And then we'll go with this one. Even if they block with everything this time, they couldn't kill us, so this will be fine. And we just get all we want here. So let's see if they give up or still try, because depending on what they have on their hand, they currently still have a chance. We'll do another one. And then after this, I could just attack with everything. 2 creatures would go through, which would be this and that one, but that would only be 3 damage. Though all their creatures would die. Oh no, I can't. They are newly played. Sorry. But still, I could attack with everything here, and they most likely might try to kill that, but then they would be... Let's do that here. If I lose this one, I'm fine with that. The other effects are strong enough, so if they get removed, this will put us in a huge advantage, because only their effect is what keeps them alive. Okay, so we got some damage in. If we can repeat the same thing next turn, we will have one. Is this a damage card? Okay, so we just save that one. Oh, by the way, we would already win just because Imperial Subduer will let us tap their creatures. And that will trigger twice, right? So after the first turn, we will have tapped half their creatures and then everything. Or maybe if I play all of them, we'll tap everything immediately. Yeah, let's do that. Let's play those three. Yeah, we can even do that. We play all our Imperial Subduers, tap everything they have, and then kill them directly. This will be a nice way to win, because I think they still see a chance with all the elementals they create. So if they don't kill Ishin here, we will have won. And I wonder if they realize what will happen as soon as I drop these cards, or if they don't know that and then are surprised on what's happening. Yeah, let's go with this. Tap those. Oh no, I'm not sure which I already tapped and which I didn't. Okay, but this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is one. We can tap again in a second if they don't give up already. Okay. So do the same thing again. Tap them all. Okay. I don't know why, but this felt scary to me. But it turned out really good. I like this way of winning. Okay. Let's I don't want to say that again. Keep playing till we lose, and then immediately after I lose. But I definitely feel playing this deck at the moment. And I, again, am more hopeful on getting the rank up. Thanks for the GGs. This isn't playable. I need creatures early on and get things in play. Like without a turn 2 creature, I think I shouldn't play. I'm mostly lurking. Yeah, all good, all good, all good. I want to play this one, but I think I shouldn't. Like turn 1 this, turn 2 this, turn 3 that, then turn 4 attack and attach, but then I also would need to draw land here. No, I shouldn't keep that. Oh, I definitely shouldn't keep this double planeswalker on turn 4. Yeah, I guess we take this one, right? And then drop those. At least have the option for black. And see how this goes. This is no good sign with them having 7 hands and V5. Okay, nice. At least we have all mana now in play if we need that. Let's hope they have a creature heavier deck, which it seems they don't. So our removal spells that we kept will actually be helpful. But good luck with your games. Oh, thanks. I don't like that. So they might have a lot of cards for evasion that I cannot handle because I have nothing against exile. I only can protect myself against destruction. Oh wow, and we just draw land, land, and land. So I guess this isn't the best matchup with the cards we have. Because when they don't play creatures, the Molten Impact is just useless. So basically we're down to 0 hand cards against them. Let's see if we can save this somehow. I don't see any shrines yet though, so maybe this isn't a shrine deck, but they still searching for stuff. Okay, another Banishing Light, sure. But hey, we drew another creature, so let's see if we can do 2 damage next turn. Slowly get there. Okay. Now we can actually destroy things. We'll play... Oh, this is an interesting choice. I think I will play this second. To be able to buff one of my creatures. Rather than do more damage. No. Let's play this first. I wonder what options they have here. They have no mana open. What could they do? Oh, they could make it hexproof. I think they'll do that now. Yeah. And now they will just draw as many cards as they can and just do the hexproof stuff, right? So... Is this already lost? Maybe. I think I couldn't have kept all the... couldn't have kept the earlier hands, right? So... There was just no chance with this in the beginning with how good they drew and how bad I did. Also that this tap it is no condition but an additional thing happening. They just can always do the hexproof. So what do we do now? If I want to cycle through my hands, I would need to attack. But if I play this to kill the shark to be able to attack, that wouldn't help either. Let's kill off one of their defense, like the wall. Just attack for nothing here because we are dead already. And then I'll turn the record. We're getting closer to a 50-50 ratio with this deck, which would still be fine because I think both gold, 50-50, 50-50 will get you in the next rank, because you only lose 1 progression point when losing and you gain 2 when winning. And I'm not 100% sure, but I think in the rank above that will no longer be the case. I think we're now at half an hour since I decided to play half an hour up to an hour with this deck before switching. So maybe let's do that here now. Play this deck till we lose another time, and then I'll switch to the other deck for some change in what we're doing here. Because I'll definitely burn a little out on the samurai deck after what, like 2 hours, maybe 1.5. And I think I would have switched already the deck if not for the like hope of getting into the higher rank. This is keepable, so I hope we can win this one. Okay, so play this for turn 2, then don't make the same mistake again, possibly losing the Selfless Samurai. Because the Imperial Subdue is nice, but losing it is not as bad, I'd say, Selfless Samurai. Especially if they wasted that card here. I was thinking about if I want to risk Ishin here, but I don't. I think I'm fine with stalling some rounds here, because they seem to have a lot of removal and counter spells, and that lets me hope that they won't play quickly, so I can also myself be more cautious and slowly build my creatures. Oh, I also didn't realize that this can remove not only indestructibility, but also hexproof. And that's valuable. This is... I don't want to use swear words here, but I didn't find the right ones. This is hell of a card. So what can we do about that one even? So basically they they get life, 2 life, and we lose 2 life each turn. Like once when they are on the turn, once when we are on the turn. So I guess I take the chance, because they have no more mana open here, to get Ishin in play. And then I'll just not attack, wait this out, and then next turn double buff. Yeah, now they gain life because they drew a card, and then when I draw a card, I lose life. Now we need to sacrifice ourselves a samurai, which also isn't nice. So we cannot even attach 2 things to Ishin next turn. We could play the katana and detach it, so it will be 5/6 first strike. Or get lifelink and have it Lifelink and trample, but I think the first strike will be better because the death touch counter is the worst thing, or is what is protecting this card normally. So I definitely want that. So we'll play this one. Wonder if I maybe should have played Selfless Samurai first, assuming that they might have counter spells. Return target creature or planeswalker you don't control to its owner's hand. If the spell was kicked, turn on the bottle of its owner's library instead. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Okay, at least it wasn't kicked. But I fear they might have another removal spell here. So I will go with the Selfless Samurai. Because next turn I could buff the Selfless Samurai enough with those two artifact enchantments that I still can kill their creature. So we'll not play Isha next turn even, I think. And rather attach all those cards for 3. Each opponent can't draw more than one card each turn. Okay.
Keep an open mind.
Okay, and they can now choose cards from their deck. Can you go away, reveal cards? So I can, yeah, 5 land currently. No blocks here. Us. So they don't even want to block us, right? So we are on bad position here. Is this getting any cheaper by something? Okay, it isn't. Let's see, they have nothing though here, so we can play Ishan and attach both things to the Selfless Samurai. The question will be though, is it worth killing Narset? I guess at this state, dealing life damage wouldn't matter too much. Oh, interesting that effect of that card to attach it for 1 also triggers multiple times because of Ishan. I wonder what would be needed here so we actually have a chance of winning this. Because when they drop that one, we'll have a problem. We can save 1 card here, but that's still not nice. I guess we reattach here. This one, equip. Because then Ishan can kill play once, don't pay again. Okay, because Ishan now with the first strike can kill Sheoldred without dying. So this combination isn't too bad. We're slowly getting there, but because so many rounds they were in an advantage with that card, it will be some time till we could get the win. 3-6, and depending on how fast they pull land in game, we might die or they might drop that creature before we kill them. I wonder why. Oh, because they drew 2 cards here, right? This might have been a misplay, because now that creature is blocked every turn, and I'm not sure if I even want that. Because this means that like they don't even have the chance to sacrifice, where them sacrificing would be what I wish for most. Yeah, and then also now I'll lose one of my cards here. Where before I could have played the Imperial Subduer after they played the Portal of Phyrexia. And then also I think this won't even protect, right? Oh, this was such a bad misplay here. Yeah. Like I could have at least had a creature to play now next turn. And then by that have a chance here at least. Okay. If they drop something big here, we can just give this one up. Oh, they just picked from our graveyard. Thinking about what I could do to win this. But I think there's nothing here. Like, they will have more really strong cards for a lot of mana, right? And they're now at a position where they have enough to play, like, most likely every card they have. So whatever I draw, it will be too slow to regain my board for them not to have an fitting counterspell. So all we're gonna do here is make sure that they don't have Ishan. Like, that's unacceptable. And then we'll concede. And this is like our card, right? Okay. That was like important. Okay. Maybe we are stuck in gold 1 with that deck. The only further adjustments I could think of would be 1, to play better. And then 2nd, maybe really swap the planeswalkers. But we will now switch decks. I have 2 new. One I built a while ago, but then didn't put the wildcards in. So everything I did was put the wildcards in now. I have no idea if this is still viable or good or anything. So we'll just see how that goes. And then the other one I newly built, but it still has 68 cards in it because I can't decide what to drop. And also is like all over the place at the moment, I think. Which here now also means that I have no idea what cards to keep, what to mulligan, how to play this deck. So most likely there will be no wins anytime soon. I also don't know if I need any more than red or black. And what will be more present here. Let's go with black. Let's take everything that's cheap. Basically this is man's stack. So man's, right, lets the opponent block your creatures only with 2 or more creatures and not with just 1 creature. So I need to read my own cards here. Sacrifice unless escaped. Okay, I think I want to have this creature in play and then keep going. So whenever they block one of my men's creatures, and I only have men's creatures, they sacrifice a creature. And I can buff my own creatures with +1 counters. So I expect that to be quite strong. Then I also have a card to just kill their creatures, which also has mans. Wait, no. No, this is just strong but cheap, right? I confused this with another one. So I definitely play this one now because they don't have a creature for the death touch counter. And then let's see, what does this spell do? It's kind of refreshing to have no idea what your cards do. This spell costs 3 less to cast if you control a creature with mans. That should always be the case. Gain control over target creature until end of turn. Until that creature, it gains haste until end of turn. Okay, that's also really nice. So if I would have played destroy target creature player, it's over. Okay, fine with that. Can buff my thing, can put first strike on it. Any target, finish them up. Instant or sorcery spells you control have death touch. I think I want to have this in play. And now just do damage. And then next turn I might play the Titan here. And possibly another card. I like the speed of this deck. And I like the sleeves of this deck. For sure it's a waste of gold to have a lot of pets, but like the way I have like some avatars and some sleeves, I would love to also have more pets and then have a fitting pet for each deck. But for now I'm fine with the fish. When it enters the battlefield, it was kick, return target creature. Okay, so it's just a 2/1 man's lifelink. And they can't even block here. Don't see the need to grab that card. Don't see the need to kill it. So I think I'll just play Korax now. So then for exile costs, next turn I could actually bring it into play. Let's do that. And then we'll just attack with everything. I should have done that last turn in the anticipation of having enough mana land open to play it, right? But I just didn't think that would be the case. Oh, actually I can't even play it, right? Because I don't have enough red. Okay. This will also be a problem too, if I potentially want to play several spells here. I also didn't check the mana situation with the deck, so maybe I should do something about that or adjust stuff. We'll see. Currently also it could be that this is a just black deck. or they are missing mana of another color and therefore can't do anything here. This was a nice victory, though I felt like the opponent had bad starting hands. We'll just replay that like maybe to 5 games, and then switch to the other new deck and back to Samurai, or after those 5 games with this one to Samurai and then afterwards back. Okay, let's see. This looks fine, I guess. Direct turn 1 play is nice. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws a card and loses 1 life. Okay, so this is nice because I want to outpace them, right? So we play this one. And I think I want to have this in play now. And attacking won't help here, so we'll be fine. Oh, I could have attacked, right? Because everything I have has mins. That was misplay here. But that will happen a lot, I guess, with this deck, as I need to learn it, how it works. So we like lost... Oh, that's a nice effect. We just lost 1 damage here. That might be the important one in the end. So let's take red. I sure take another one of these. And then I want to... I wonder if these are worth it. Like, I can attack... I can damage them directly, right? So I think I won't do that. I'll just attack with everything here. And then play this instant in case that they block my cat. And then with that... Interesting. Yeah, but that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. With that, we'll see how this goes. Let me turn the record and not yet switch. Okay, I think I want to replay this. Not replay, also play this to just have a bunch of damage in play. Or I could put this, that would also be nice. But I guess this is strong, because if I play this, I'll just wait out, right? I just wait for them to die before me. And then I can even finish them with 3 damage, where they might not expect that. So maybe I spend my mana now for that one. But we'll attack now. Oh, and the first strike is perpetually? Is a counter. Okay, okay, nice. So we'll make them fear, hopefully, that we have another of these spells to kill this creature too. Yeah, and that worked. That worked. Nice, 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 nice. So now we can play this one, let them drop a card, and then next turn have the option to play this card and have then a 6/6. Oh, can we even? I never read the the escape cost, the additional that we need to exile 5 other cards from my graveyard. Okay, so interesting. So I need to get cards in my graveyard to even replay this. So maybe that is less strong than I thought. Okay, but they gave up, nice. Even if we can't play this, just waiting here, doing 2 damage each turn and then finishing with a 3 damage would be nice. Also the combination of playing this, just killing their death counter creature they got, and then just have a strong 4-5 play is nice. 4-5 creature is nice. Okay, 2 wins out of 2 games. This is decent. I wonder if like how the matchmaking works out of rank. Would be nice to know if any of the decks I play otherwise, well, the others aren't strong enough guaranteed, they are too conditional, but maybe if this deck, if it's actually quick enough and good enough to outpace the opponents, oh, we can't keep that, just mountains will not work. If this one maybe like could be better than Samurai, right? But then I don't want to risk that and try that deck in ranked. I just realized I did click keep rather than mulligan. No idea why that happens so often to me. If we don't draw swamp next turn, I'll just give this one up. Yeah, like I would like to try those decks, but then being close enough to maybe reach platinum instead of staying in gold. I don't want to risk that, right? Will not count this one. That was just really stupid misplay of me. I swear when I don't play on stream, I don't make those mistakes. For sure not. It's only the talking that makes this more difficult. Maybe I should also start to turn the records or switch the records so we don't listen to them twice, even though they're not run through. But currently I don't recall that, like as soon as it's not stopping the music, I just forget about it. Yeah, mulligan. Okay. So maybe I should put more switched, like 2-type mana in this deck, or just more. I guess we'll keep this. And then drop 1 spectacle. Maybe? Let's do it like this. And then play this tapped so we don't pay the life. Okay. We would want 1 black here. Or not we would, but we desperately need a swamp so we can play the Hunted Nightmare as soon as possible. Is this like a Garrick or Heartscott? Oh, nice. Perfect. Okay, let's see if they can get rid of that. If not, this is a good position because we have the option to kill this creature easily. Does it has anything special? Can't attack or block? 7 or more lands. I think though I want to get rid of this here so I can more control what they have on their side, where they later might just sacrifice something else if they get the chance. So let me play this one. They sacrifice a creature. Then we will play this again and put them on a counter of just 18 turns until they lose. Oh no, it's not 18 turns. Oh, okay, they have big creatures. It's 9 turns, right? Because we both lose life. We both draw a card and then you lose life for each player's turn. What is the spectacle reduction? If I attacked, opponent lost life. Okay. Which will be the case always, right? So this is cheap. Oh, I didn't see that effect before. Like, I didn't realize that is an effect happening. Yeah, let's do that then. Let's do that all. Play this one. And then play both others to kill this creature. Although this is like the main card in this deck, from the starting point, not sure why though. I had that in there already. Maybe I just had that card as a big drop. Wait. Spectacle, please. Yeah, okay. Maybe it's not the best for this deck because I normally would want to win before I get to 5 cards in my graveyard. But then, like now with 4, we are already close enough, so maybe it isn't too bad. Like one more 5 other cards, right? Other, okay. So one more spell or instant spell, and then like I can play that already, so maybe it's fine. This is game 3, right? So after this 2 more, and then I think some more samurai before we play the other new one. Okay, yeah, I hate that massacre card. But we now can play this card. And we want to... I'm not sure if I even have anything to get cards back from my graveyard. So I guess this is fine. But we are top decking now, so this will be tough to win if they can stabilize the board. Oh, but they are also at 1 card in hand, so basically this will be a lot of luck from now on. Oh, to put onto the battlefield, and they put in X5. Oh, so it's not fair play anymore. Or what? Not fair, but they are in advantage here, like strongly. Yeah, we definitely play that one, but we can't attack with it. This has Death Touch. So I think I attack with both. So either I kill that one with my Dreadhorde Butcher and this one, and then at least the board is cleared. Or they'll just kill that one and I'll do damage. We'll just try that. Like, I don't yet know how to play this deck, and if this is smart play, or if this actually if I should have actually waited for a later moment where I maybe be able to kill their god. Oh, it's exiled, right? Be able to play their kill their god with some other cards. Don't need to do that here. Okay, let's see. I can buff this to nice draw from them, nice draw. That could have been 6 damage, I think. 1, 2, 3, 5. So they would have been down far here. Can we already play this? No. Okay. Let's see. We just need to draw. Oh yeah, so 3 turns gone. They get this one back. All we can hope for now is stall long enough to draw enough life damage, like target anything, right? And then kill them directly, but I think I'll not be able to do that. Every card I draw now, I would need to put in play and sacrifice against them. Yeah, this is a nice card in general, giving me the option that basically Mens gets increased from 2 creatures need to block my card when I attack to 3. So yeah. Oh, and another big drop. Yeah. But this is fine. Like, basically that's expected from this deck, that if it doesn't kill the opponent fast enough, you lose. And they managed to stabilize soon enough. So we're now 2 out of 3 games, which is okay to me. I think this one makes a lot of fun to play. And like all the new decks, I didn't build to... like actually every deck except the Samurai deck, I didn't build to have a chance in ranked, but rather that I hope that they will just be fun in the normal play. And this definitely is fun if you like just be quick enough here and do all the damage, and then you just overwhelm them. We keep this. And then maybe we get this one done while the last song is running on that side, so I can switch again. But we'll see. Okay, so I guess we get a creature in play, and then we can still kill that as a 2/2 at any point, and currently aren't even fearing their card. Even if they buff that with just 1 creature, they can't block that. This one seems scarier though. Yeah, definitely. So, do I just kill that now? Because this won't get stronger, and you can only attach while on your turn, but they might attach that next turn. So I think I want to lightning strike this now. Or I could try to combat trick kill it. Oh no, because they won't be able to block anyway. But then let's do this. Now. Deal life damage to them. And then I could use Spectacle here rather than Lightning Strike. But what would I play with the... Or maybe, and then I also Lightning Strike and just get the board clear and reset them. Or I play this one. I think this is valuable because they don't have many cards now. Most likely they will have some things valuable to them. So we get rid of this card. And then just get rid of at least one hand card. And then next turn, if we draw 1 mana, I could get rid of another card. And also kill the creature again. But we now will not be able to kill this one easily if they attach. Because we only have 3 damage open here. Add 1 mana of any color, daybound, nightbound. Okay. So whatever they attach to, I think I'm gonna kill the other one. Or maybe let's do this. And then next turn kill on whatever they do the death touch counter. Because also this first strike can help me here, right? But then I wouldn't use all my mana, so I rather want to do that, I think. Let's do this to make sure they drop their last hand cards and hope it was something valuable. So they definitely will not play that next turn. Yeah, that was nice. Okay. And then for the remaining 2, I'm just gonna kill this one to make sure they will not be able to play strong cards anytime soon. Possibly if we even can kill this in 2 turns. Okay. So I think I want to play this rather than the other one. Because at any time, even if they put another creature in here and then attack with this one, block with this one, I can use First Strike to get rid of that card. Oh, and I wasn't quick enough in this game to turn the record, so... Let me see. I guess I switched that now. I think this effect works all the time, right? Yeah, so I do that. And then just kill their creature. And maybe then even they give up right now. Okay. Nice, nice. Oh, and with that, the game crashed, it seems. Let's go cam only. Close the program. And restart it. How long did we... 2.5 hours maybe that I now played without crash? Okay. I guess we play one more and then we have the 5 games played with the new deck, the new men's deck. Which I think I like a lot. Like I feared a little that that I wouldn't like it, or it wouldn't be even remotely good enough to compete. But this seems fine. Oh, this fox is cute. I wish it would have some nice animation. Oh, it does, it does. Oh, I want this fox. Let me also check if the stream is looking correctly here. Back there. And then I guess this is the stronger play, putting them on more pressure. Yeah, so it seems the stream is fine. Though there was the crash. Okay. So we play this. Dinosaur spells cost 1 less. Yeah, I don't want that creature to exist here. What does this do? Put a men's counter on a non-human? I don't need it, but I think the other effect was strong. Yeah, +1 counters on all my men's creatures. So I think I'm gonna put Spectacle for this one. Just because I fear them putting in strong creatures. And then we'll just play this one too. And now have a really strong play here. And as long as they don't have a lot of removal, we should be able to win this. Oh sure, they have another one. Do we maybe also draw more removal here? We don't. How does this one work with this card here? We can't play both. I think I want to play this and just keep buffing my creatures from next turn on. And we will strengthen this one. Oh no, we don't, because it's a non-human, right? Let's read that again. And definitely attack with everything here. Okay, when it enters the battlefield, put a men's counter on target non-human creature. Oh, it already has men's, right. I confused those two effects. Good game, they say. Good game, I guess. Interesting. Now I want to play like one game of my dinosaur deck. Oh, I misplayed here. I should have, yeah, activate that ability. And now we win, That was close to throwing away the win. Do we do 3 damage? Yeah, we do. So put that first. And then, no matter what they do, our creature won't die. Yeah, okay. And then I could have even buffed those 2, right? So we would have gotten 5, 6, 7 in, and then I sacrificed that for the 8th. Really nice. I really like the deck. And definitely I miscounted, right? And we only played 4. So let's play 1 more, and then 1 dinosaur, and then hopefully get the last samurai wins. Because I guess I only have about 1.5 hours left, so I will be able to be at work tomorrow in time. So I should go to bed like soonish. Which means that I guess we won't do animations today. Because I rather want to maybe get the let me update the title. Okay, I rather want to get the rank up maybe. This should be fine. Yeah, should be fine. I think having this on the hand is always good for this deck. Especially as it will make Spectacle one red mana every turn. This is super nice. I'm not sure if back then when I built the deck, right, I didn't look at it again. I just put in the wildcards. I wonder if I saw this combination of cards, or if this more is this or if this is more of an incident, accident, whatever. But I'm happy about having put the wildcards in. Thanks. I also think this is nice. If a creature from me would die, it will be exiled instead, and they can buff their creature until end of turn. Okay. I would like to draw land. But I guess we'll just Spectacle kill that thing, because we have so much. This would be smarter here. Okay. I need to recall that whenever I can use Lightning Strike, I need to use Lightning Strike rather than the Scour the Critics. Scour the Critics card. Because now I lost basically the option for using that mana at another point. But then if they get rid of this card, this will be a 3 mana card. Yeah, if they do this. So maybe that was the right play. Because in the long run, I might want to Lightning Strike something when they got rid, and I have no option to damage their life for making this card cheap. So maybe I can't put oh, this card I really like. I can't put an definite rule here, and rather should situationally decide if I use Lightning Strike or Scour the Critics. This one they can. I have also a deck with that. With that one they can. Let's take black and play a creature. Play this one. With that card, they can basically play either my top or their top card. They get exiled for how much converted mana they have, like this 143, but pay with their life. So as long as they either regain life or have enough life, they can just like play a free card each turn, assuming they deal damage to my life points. But like in the deck where I play this card, I have other cards that let me make the card unblockable, so I guarantee to damage their life every time. Sacrifice a creature or planeswalker with the highest mana among creatures. Okay, so they just removed our card here. Okay. They seem to have the option to do something here. Maybe they have... Oh no, this is 3 mana. Another Soul Shatter it can't be. I wonder if the Butcher, Dreadhorde Butcher is good in this deck. I knew that I had that before. Oh, like kill it again. I had that one already before I built the deck. And used it in another deck. So maybe I'll pull that in just because I have it and it's a strong, cheap, black red card. Because it does not have haste, right? It doesn't have mence, it does have haste. So only in case where I give that one mence, it would perfectly work in this deck. But then I think I have to play way more to see if this wouldn't be strong enough in its own to have its place in the deck. Okay, so either they have options or they are close to losing. Okay, so they basically buffed the creature and created more tokens by paying more mana here. This also means I'll not be able to damage their life here and play Skewer the Critics cheaply. I could play this, but then even if they block with everyone, I still won't kill anything. So I could wait out one turn, just play this, but they will have more removal eventually. Those 3 damage are annoying. I guess I attack, see with what they block, and then first strike that, but 2, then they just block with this one, right? So I think I can't actually kill them here. Or like attack here. So I'd rather try to build up more. I wonder what the play would be. I could play this. Make them weak. Then do the first strike. Kill another one of them. Oh, this is a nice play. They roll a d20. And I think I get X damage. I'm not sure. Oh, let's see. Yeah, no blocks here. Creature cards with... Oh, it's another one then from these dragons. Card with the total mana of X or less from the graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, where X is results. So whatever is in our graveyards, they might get some strong things into play now. But we can just kill that, right? Because they can't block that. We do life damage here. And then now we'll just kill that thing. I wonder if they, because of that card, thought that they won the game. Okay, yeah, I guess if they say nice now, they assume they win because of that dragon. Oh no, why do they have the option to get the dragon back? I don't like that. Can I buff my creatures enough to kill them next turn? Because they can't block me. I can definitely get through, do 3 damage. I like 4 damage, right? But that will not be enough. And they can do 6 damage next turn. With what did they get the artifact creature token? Oh, okay. Okay, so I think I'll kill their token, then attack with everything. Put 4 damage in. And then hope to next turn draw a lightning strike or skewer of what's the skewer of critics, and then finish them off, because if they play this again they can't do anything with that. So I'm now top decking 2 + 1 + 1. Okay, so I can get 1 creature through. I'll be able to do 2 or 3 damage. Oh, now they are dead, right? No? I'm not sure why they're saying good game here. Like, they definitely can die next turn. Like, even if they use this effect, which they can for sure, I still get through with 3 damage. So, oh no, because that is dead now, they can block this, right? Okay. Okay. So, like, now it's done though. What a close game. Yeah. This was so much fun. Like, also how many good cards we drew for exactly what we needed in some situation. There's so many cards in this deck that I could have drawn now that I think would have maybe enabled me to win this even in the last moment. Okay, nice. Yeah, then let's do 1 dinosaur and then get into the frustration of not being able to leave gold. Also, I always wonder, because to me it feels like that, if I play longer and start at like noon, I feel like the later it gets, the harder it is to win games in any ranked game. Do I want to play? Yeah, I can keep that. I wonder if that might just be the case because I play like maybe worse or longer or anything like that. I need white, right? Yeah, so we definitely need to draw this card. Or if it's actually that there more players are playing that are better, or maybe more players as bad as me are playing, so I get matched against better players. Because I have that in like every multiplayer game. Or at this point I'll just have burned that into my brain that I adjust to play worse the later it gets. I think I want to play this and then get stuff cheaper afterwards. This isn't just normal dinosaur decks, but it all is built around Polyraptor to drop that card at some point. Maybe because I have a lot of Ixalan cards. I maybe should see if I can build another dinosaur deck that does not focus around Polyraptor, because I should have a lot of dinosaur cards. So that would also be maybe an option to get more decks to switch more. That I just see with those sets where I have a lot of cards from, just build some more decks. So I can play this one or those two. I think I want to play those two and then from there keep going, because as soon as I have the Marauding Raptor in play, the Ripjaw Raptor would trigger its ability as soon as it comes in play, and that's quite valuable. Even if they like have some cards to get rid of it afterwards, I can still draw a card. How much damage does it do? It does 2 damage. Yeah, why not? Then I couldn't play any other card. If I play another Marauding Raptor until I got rid of the Marauding Raptor. But I feel like we're quick enough here. And that also had the chance of them wasting a removal spell on the Marauding Raptor. Okay, we now can draw 2 cards and deal 6 damage to them. And this is nice. Okay, nice. Do I count that as a dinosaur round? I guess I should, because I don't have more time, like much more time. Would be nice to see a Polyraptor drop here, but it's fine that way too. So maybe let's do... We'll play till we lose, and then play another deck, and then again play till we lose, until it's like 1 o'clock for me in my time, which will be in 1 hour 20. I could keep this, but I think I would only if I would have 1 swamp. This looks way better. Let's keep that one and see what we drop here. I might want to drop land because we can play this till turn 3. There's like 3 chances to draw land. And then this might be very helpful depending on what deck they play. No, let's get rid of that one. Because even though that is a nice card to have, that's still conditional, right? If they don't play a creature-driven deck, that wouldn't have helped wouldn't have helped us. And now this way we can at least play turn 1, 2, 3, and then see. And even though we drew land now, we couldn't have known that before. So basically we need to pay life now, but that is fine. They are turn 2 drop. I'm fine with losing that card if they don't get additional mana here, but I think they won't block that. It would be so nice to get out of gold, but with how the deck succeeded earlier, getting closer and closer to 50-50 chance, I fear that might not be the case. Yeah, sure, they do that now. And then most likely it drops something strong. How did you want to say that? Jana, right? Jana. Jana. Hi, Jana. I'm trying to rank up. Not sure since how long you were watching. I'm trying to get like a higher rank, like a better tier here, where I start with bronze, I think, then silver, gold, and now I want to get to platinum. But I'm not sure if this deck is good enough. And there are only like 2 or 3 more days until the season ends. So I need to basically get it today, or I couldn't get it on stream, because I will only stream again next Friday, right? So there's a little pressure to play good and hope, or maybe not hope, but fear that the deck just isn't good enough to get in the next rank, but we'll see. This looks to me like I maybe should give this up. Thumbs press, thanks. I guess I'm fine with losing this card no matter what. I could play this and then attach it, and then this would be a 3/3 and wouldn't die to any of this, or I could just sacrifice this and rather draw more cards, which both seems valid to me. This will be the better play, I think, if I kill a creature of them with it, where this would be the better play if they just would let it through. Let's do that. Let's do that. And then see what they do. The interesting here is though that next turn I can play this, but not both of them, right? And I wouldn't want to play this now because I fear they have some way to remove it. Not just back to my hand, but permanently. So I could have played this now though, risk that, and then play this card for 2 and this card for 2 for the 4 mana I will have then. But like I didn't want to risk having this unprotected on the board. We'll see what they do. I hope their deck is a milling deck, which means that as with this card, oh, is it even that card? Looks top card, if land card, you might put it on the battlefield tapped. Oh, I confused this card. I thought this was the one that lets me put like 10 cards from my deck into my graveyard every time they drop a land. So I think if they play such a deck that has landfall in for milling effects, we have a good chance here. Where if they just want like a lot of mana to play big creatures, then we are like in a really bad position, because as soon as they drop the big creatures, we'll have a tough time with all their removal that has thrown us back so much. But we'll see. Oh, also, Jana, if you I always forget that. Like, I hope you're fine. Had a great weekend. I'm not yet used to like paying attention to everything and then either forget something in play or like in reacting with the chat. So yeah, hope you're doing great. I don't like when opponents think long, because I then fear they have something, right? They have two good plays and can't decide. Because whenever I don't play things, it's always because I can't decide what to do. Oh, but maybe they are just no longer here. I don't think I need more white, so we can play this. And then I guess I'll play this to be safe. Like right now, I take every win. So if they would just not be here, I couldn't be more happy about that. And this really looks like that. So maybe we just need to wait this out, because they have 0 timers, right? And so they will lose, I think, if this one runs through. I'm fine, thanks, but quite tired. Hope you're fine too. Yeah, I'm fine too, but also a little exhausted from yesterday. Was a day drinking, and so yeah. Okay, nice. One win. But like, I'm at least not tired, just a little exhausted, because I slept enough, as I could get into bed early. So it's just drunk, not tired. Or like sore from drunk, I'm not sure how to say that. Okay. So if we don't lose now, it will be 2 wins, or like 1 win after this one to rank up. Maybe just 2 more opponents that don't. You mean kata? Yes, I do. But I'm not sure if this is an English word, right? It's just German. I also wonder if that word comes from like male cat, or if it's entirely unrelated. I would love to keep this hand, but we don't have a plane, so I couldn't play any of my creatures. I think so too. We'll see what they do. Surely they don't have a tough time deciding, but rather they are not here and we just win. It's hungover. Oh yeah. How stupid to not come up with that. I'll just say, because I'm hungover, I didn't realize hungover was the word I'm searching for. Yeah, it would be stupid to risk that and then not draw white. Oh, this is also unplayable. Damn. No, I can't keep this. I can't keep this. They also dropped the cards, so we can mulligan another time. This is at least somehow playable. Let's drop 1 Blade Master. And then I think the katanas, so we can use removal to stall them. Let's try that. They said hello, so we'll do the same. I hope they said that in a nice way. Okay. Wow, we drew it another time. What is this? Okay, I'm fine with that. So I will not play this turn 1 because this can't be untapped because of the mana we have. So I'd rather be able to play this turn 2. Try Gemüsebrühe. That really helps. I could do that. But now I think just after stream I'll just go to sleep. And then tomorrow I'll surely be fine. What would that be, like vegetable soup, right? Or something in that manner. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just play this, and then next turn we'll be able to play the Imperial Blade Master and hopefully get things going. Yeah, sure. I'm currently thinking of how to interpret your lurking. If you're either back from lurking, or something else. Can't enter the battlefield, top players can't, or if you like just watching in chat. I think I can't do anything against that, so we'll just accept that and then read. Destroy each non-land permanent with value X or less. I hate that card already, and I have nothing to do against that. Whoa, why is this only 3? Well, I think we'll just play this. You're here for now, procrastinating. I need to do some cleaning. I wonder if like from pub you used to having bad influence, right? At least I'm used to that. Interesting deck they play. But I'm not sure if I want to be on that side too. And now just say something like, well, I will at max be on 1 more hour, so, right, you can do things after. Or if I should try to motivate you to just clean. But I guess you will best know what you want to do, right? I feel like this is lost already. Because we will not be able to get things into play, especially because they can just destroy everything we have at any point they choose. So they just now pay like 3 plus tap and it's dead. Or they kill it with this one, like this is lost. And as they don't even play creatures, like the later in the game, the higher the chance the creature they might drop at some point will have more than 4 toughness, and we wouldn't even be able to kill it. Oh, this though would be nice. Just getting a bunch of things in, but then this card is too strong. Like I'll lose everything after that anyway. Okay, players on battlefield tapped. Players can't pay life to cast spells or to activate abilities. Okay, that's irrelevant. But the destroying of everything with X or less is so strong. Only as a sorcery though, so I guess we'll just do that. And pick 2 cards. And then I read chat again, right? Let's see what they do. Most likely they just counter this now. I dare them. Oh, okay. I appreciate it, but I'll just get the cleaning out of the way. I will only take 50 minutes anyway. Okay. But I will have your stream running. Oh, okay, I see. Sounds like the smart decision. Or like the like a more reasonable decision. So oh yeah, I want these 2 in play because this has haste, so I can attack with Asari Captain directly, trigger the Akin Ronin effect, and switch my card to another card that might be more useful than the 4 damage card. I wonder if I have anything that can destroy an artifact. I'm not sure about that. But from the current state, everything will be more valuable than our damage card here. Okay, another Asari dragon, another Asari captain will be really helpful. I hope that now, where I confused Asari's name with one of these cards' name, that will not be burned in, and I do that all the time. If this can stay like a one-time thing, please. Okay, so will they now use Karn's silence? Oh, for sure, they have more mass removal. I kind of want to know what the big card is they are waiting for. But then on the same, I don't want to waste too much time, right? Because I need several wins to get the rank up. So yeah. Oh, I wonder if maybe I should not like I should maybe only put 1 creature on the board each turn. Like this is kind of nice because I can put a lot of damage in, right? But now maybe if they have no more removal on the hand, they just kill Karn's selects now and I'll be wiped. So this damage, this 5 damage might be worth it, but I think from now on, as long as I have 1 card in play, I will not play another one. Just so they cannot remove more of my cards. Okay, so I think they have no more mass removal at the moment, which is good. Sure, though, we draw nothing valuable. Okay, so maybe I should have kept the moth. Creature or Planeswalker. Okay, if they... Oh no, they used the +1. But if they use the +3... 1 or more colors... Let's kill that creature, and then if we draw another removal spell, we would have 6 damage to put in play, and that would be enough to kill the Planeswalker. But I feel more like giving this one up, because they still have 3 options to play. they play a stalling deck, so they just kill everything I do, and with each turn I don't have a creature, they just collect more cards to deny what I want to do.
The fabric of the multiverse obeys me.
Okay. So we at least can buff our creature if we draw one. So I guess I want another haste creature here. So I would want Resonar Sari Commander, then buff that for 5 damage. Hope they can then not get rid of that creature because of the indestructible counter on it. But then they can attack with their spirits, which will take damage, and then afterwards activate that. Oh, I'm not sure at the moment if this is not helpful. I'm not sure right now if the Planeswalker abilities can be activated anytime. I think they can't. I think only on their turn. Does this work for every card? Sorcery instant. This is neither. Okay. Let's wait 2 more turns. And if they deny everything we do in both of those turns, we'll just give up. This is not looking good for a rank up. Especially with them now having 8 counter or 9 counters or tokens on the Planeswalker. So they can basically destroy any permanent I put in play. Yeah. Okay, will they let this through? Okay, then let's buff that one. They kill it anyway afterwards. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll concede. No chance here. Okay. Still 2 games to win for rank up, if we not lose in between. And 1 hour left for that. Yeah, let's get into the next directly. I'm always rethinking after a game what I could have played better. But with the last matches I lost with the Samurai deck, I'm not sure if there's like a lot to do differently, which is like bad for the for where I hoped, right, to the deck. So the deck shouldn't be too bad, right? And I hoped that would be the case, so I can reach a better rank. And if it's not my playing, then it will be down to either luck. I want that card, I think. Either luck or the deck being too bad. Oh, they also have a nice fox. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute. I want that fox too. I wonder in which set that have been available. I remember this card being strong, but I don't remember the details. Whenever one or more other elves enter the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 green elf warrior creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn, and then they can buff all their elves with 2/2 and Death Touch until end of turn. So I want to get rid of that as soon as possible, but I think they won't block. Do I risk that though? I could either play the Imperial Blade Master and then just attack with the Selfless Samurai, risk losing the Selfless Samurai, but then I have the Imperial Blade Master in play, which is strong. Let's do that. The other option would be more of the Skyclaves, and then there I just evade them, and then next turn play the Blade Master. From these cards, I think I want more options right now, and have some cheap cards. Yeah, let's do that, because I need land. So if I ever have 2 to spare, because I don't get like 2, 3, 4 land, I can squeeze that card in. I expect them to now play an elf and get the effect going. Oh, they don't. So when that card enters the battlefield, my card loses all abilities and becomes a 3/3. Okay, I can't do anything against that. Okay, and it's an elk now. For sure, they dare to transform my honorable and nice samurais into elks. Okay, we'll play this one for white. We don't need another planeswalker. And then I think I want to strengthen myself with Samurai and just get in with damage, where on the same time I think the Elfish War Master needs to die soon. So I would need to decide between rushing this, doing as much damage as possible. Is it still an samurai? No, it's just an elk. Okay. Let's do that. I think they don't have maybe strong flying protection. So we'll try to just put them on a counter here, where if they don't, like I have other things that might buff this creature, right? So basically if they don't in the next 3 turns get rid of myself or samurai, they'd be dead and I gain life. And I can also switch them all of Skyclaves to the Imperial Blade Master still, then that would also be a play. Okay, I need to get rid of the all elves get +1/+1. We'll do that next turn. I've nothing to remove auras, I think. So I could as well block. How did they gain life, though? Oh. Oh, with this card. Yeah, that's... No, we don't do that. We don't do that. We have more than enough life. They gain nothing but doing damage, so we can as well block that later. Oh, and then this is strong. We play this. We put 8 damage in here. And they can't do anything about that. And we also gain 8 life. So basically, they are now on 2 turns. Like, if they don't stop me from this next turn, they will be dead. Because I can reattach that to the Raiju, not sure. Storm's Edge. Okay, sure, they have another elk. I don't like that they make elk out of my creatures. That also means, though, that they have 1 more turn to live. Like 2 more turns, if I can't change anything about this. And they get scarily much creatures. So I guess I need to block here now to not get too much damage. Oh. This is GG, I think. Because this is not legendary, so I can play that. Make my other creature fly too. And then win. Okay, nice. So this also means if we win our next game, we'll rank up. Okay. So one game to rank up. Not sure if I want to be happy that will work or not. Also, like, gold isn't the highest, right? And platinum isn't either. You, I think, just need 50-50 win rate, right? To get there. But I don't know. I think my decks aren't, like, built in a way that are so good that I can expect too much more than platinum at the moment. So this would be really nice to get. I think this is keepable. I can just play the Ronin first turn. Second turn. And then I can just cycle through some of my lands and replace those cards. Hopefully if they don't kill my creature already. Yeah, nice. Now I'll just drop a land and see that I'll increase the quality of my hand. Or I don't. Also fine, I guess. They have really nice lands here. What does this do? Just Death Touch. Okay. So we will play black here for later. Get Trample and Haste. And then the thing is, I think I need to attack to keep this going. I can't stall too long with this deck, so I will just do that because I need cards. And then I thought about doing this at least to do damage, right? Because this one has trample, but I can't lose that card. Okay, this saved us last turn. We'll play that 1-2 here. And I think... Why can I play this already? Oh, there's 3, right. Okay. But we'll play this one. Buff a Sari Captain. If they don't do anything against that. And that will be 4, 5, 6 damage. That's like a lot. It's like 3 turns, right? What did they play? Sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. Okay. I kind of feel like I'm on my way to winning, with them not playing land or anything. This is a lot of text. Search for a library for a land card with big land type. Yeah, do that. We want more white. And now I think attacking just with that card will be nice. So I can play this for 2. And most of the time there aren't more than 2 creatures anyway that I can play with this card. So I kind of feel like cycling this for something nice rather than waiting out the 3. No, but then I can play this and have the chance on 3 turns, so I think that's worth it. Whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life. Oh, is this one just alternative card style? Okay. So I will play this for red. And then play this for 3. And then hope we draw some nice things. Okay, I want that one. I can't attach to this anyway. I wonder why I can't choose. Oh, 3 or less. Right. So I'll pick this one, and that one. And then I'll attack with that one, because I can protect that with this and get damage through. We sadly can't go with that one. We'll keep this one to maybe kill any creature they put in play. Oh, and this will be nice to surpass whatever they might drop. Okay, this is looking good. We'll see. Just was restarting the music. Okay, so surely we pass on that. Yeah. This is the same card but alternative card styles. So this will be win, as far as I can tell. Tap both of these creatures. Okay, and then just like I clicked randomly. Right, get the damage in. We would have got the buff of this card, right? And then it would be death already. Okay, nice. I like in between today, I would not have expected to actually reach platinum because there was a longer losing streak. So I'm really happy with this. GG's, GG's. Thanks for the GG's. I'm really happy with this now. So let's spend that point somewhere here. And then I wonder if I even like I have 2 more. Do I even play more now? Like I feel I didn't think about the case that I would win that. Oh, I know what we're doing. We're playing the other new deck and then lose with that one a lot. And maybe play one more samurai to prove that we deserve where we are now. I think I only once before reached that, or like played enough to have the chance to reach that rank. And I think that was when I first built the samurai deck, and there like the meter was entirely different, right? Okay, time to get completely destroyed now, right? This is not a good start. This neither, but well, it doesn't matter, right? We're now there, so I'm not even sure if you can rank down at all. Let's do this. White. Oh, that was stupid. I'm not thinking enough now. Too happy. It's not good. Right, this would be my black land that I need later, like my swamp. But the game was forgiving. It's kind of strange to me that I expected so little to get the rank up. Like, I was expecting to try now for 40 minutes and not being able to get it. Just up down all the time. So this does nothing at the moment, so we'll go in with that one. Okay. Okay, the goblin is cute too. Though not as nice as the two foxes we had before. I should read their cards. I'm just sitting here ignoring what they're doing. When this class, I think class is a category of cards, right? When this class becomes level 2, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put them, one of them onto your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Okay. What is level? Okay, level 3, hopefully they won't reach anyway. Don't want to play this yet. This is strong as long as we don't have other creatures here. And then we'll just put damage in. I think though, this is a rare case where I just want to attack with everything because it will make more damage, and I don't have any really special effects here, right? I'm not drawing any cards, I'm not able to switch cards or anything. The only thing that will be increased with this effect is 1 more damage, but then I have 4 more damage with those 2 cards to put in. This is the only sleeve of the entire, like, currently reachable sleeves with where we just put in the bolts that I don't like and have no interest in getting. Not sure, I just think it looks strange. Though for sure a little evil. This can only tap creatures, right? Yeah, only tap creatures. But I guess I'll just attack with everything and then possibly use that card as return. On their turn, not as return. How do we get close to winning another game here? Shouldn't they be way better than us? Do I want to do this now? No. We'll definitely play that one as soon as they have nothing in play and it's our turn again. And then I think we'll just buff our flyer. Okay, so they just get more cards. Well, slowly they for sure drew what they want to have. So even though this looks close, we have like no combo effects going, right? So we're just relying on doing enough damage over time. So expect them to soon be able to stabilize. Okay. So we now play this.
Run away. You'll be safer.
And I think it's more valuable to now create the creature.
Guards, to me.
And then now I'll just buff another creature to maximize the damage that I
Remember
will
your
put in
training.
on them. So they will be down to 6, 7, 8, 1 life. And if they have no removal to get rid of all my creatures, that will be it. Hopefully. And this still is indestructible, so I will have a tough time getting rid of that one. Okay, okay. I guess we will do what we did before. We'll play till we lose one game, and then I see how late it is, and if I switch to the other new deck, or I'll just go to bed then. Okay. Interesting choice to kill that creature. I guess we... Okay. I would have played the Selfless Samurai just to be safe. Yeah, right. Now, from now on, you only get +1 when you win, and you get -1 when you lose. So you must be above 50% winning rate now to like rank up further. And so the closer you are to 50-50 rate, the longer it would take you, right? You can still get further up with a just above 50% deck. Like you can get into the next rank, but it will be a very long grind where I have no interest in that as long as my deck is not good enough. Maybe like 75% or something like that. At least in the lower ranks, the lower tiers of this rank. Like I don't want to think a lot right now because I feel like there's no need for that, right? We just got the rank up. We can just buy quick here. So maybe I shouldn't have kept this because I might not draw red, but then we'll just lose a game and then we'll switch, so don't worry too much right now. It's definitely the highest rank of the season that will count for the rewards you get. So even if I would rank down, that wouldn't matter. But then we stop anyway after one loss, so we can't rank down at the moment. This isn't too good looking. They have so much mana to spare here, and so much to gain with just one card of the elves that gives all other elves +2. But I think I'm gonna play this and attack to keep this going. I want indestructibility, and I hope they don't kill this. Was doing stuff in the in another room. Are you already platinum? Yes, I am. I am, and I lost the next game. I won the next game in platinum, and this is like the second game after ranking up. I'm not sure why I just got this now, because I said that before. I'm not sure if you heard that I lost several games in a row before, and now I just got up and got the ranked. Nice, congrats, thank you. What is this? Why do they have all of that in play? I don't like that. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 13 mana they currently have. So whatever they want to play, they will just be able to play that. Crazy. I think I just want to up my damage here right now. So they would need to spend a lot to get rid of my creature. And I can still protect it, and hopefully with this combination, where we can now draw 2 cards, we'll get some good stuff here. We still have 1 indestructibility, so we'll go with more Imperial Subduers, and then hopefully kill some of their stuff here. Okay, I am able to... Okay, now I am able to sleep well. Okay, good night. Have a nice sleep. Hope it will be refreshing. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, okay, so now there's their big drop. Exile to target permanents. So I can't save from exile. So we'll just accept that and shake a little about that. Indestructible, 10-10. I'm not sure we can do anything about that. You too later. Thank you. So I'd say indestructible too. If they block that one with everything they have, I think that's worth it. We'll just squeeze damage in. If we still win this one with them having a 10-10, that will be crazy. Oh yeah, but we don't have trample here, right? So it won't be as easy. We'll just take those 10 damage in a second. Okay, nice. So this is still kind of winnable. If I can get trample or something like that. Like, we survive one more round here. Definitely no blocks. Can I do enough? This is just target creatures, right? What I would need to have here, what I would need to have is the option, definitely play this one. Damage them directly. Or like the card, you know, that gives me flying, right? Just evade what they do here and we could win. I can tap 2, so they will have only those 3, but that will not be enough. And then I can kill 1 more of them here in before. Maybe let's do that now. Let's kill one of them. Next turn we can kill with this card another one of those and two of these. And we're gonna tap as much as we can here. Just survive the next round. I can tap two more. Okay, so the card I want to draw now is the card that gives me the ability to play 2 turns. 2 attack rounds, not 2 turns. If I draw that, I'll win this one easily. If I don't, we'll lose the game after that. How is this another so close and fun game? Okay, so basically we'll be able to kill a bunch of them. Oh, we can only play one though, because we lack red mana. So we kill this one definitely, and then do 1 damage to that one from the previous use of Molten Impact. And then if we get in with everything now, do we win? They block 3, 3. So we have 3, 5, 6, 8 damage in. Where if I attack only with that one, I'll put 5 damage in. But they will kill 2 of my creatures. So I'd rather be safe here. Although when they attack, I cannot have another turn. So we have lost here, right? Because I can go only up to... I could only have gone up to 6 damage. And 6 damage wouldn't have been enough. Yeah, that was... okay, okay. They just did that, right. So we'll now just buff this one. And show them how close they were to dying, right? How close. And then it's good game. Actually a good game though, it was so close. So now we get down to no cards. And then as soon as it's our turn, if you can't draw a card, you lose the game. So that's why we lose now. But I'm fine with this. Let me turn the record and then we'll play I think just some more men's games with a men's deck rather than the new one. Maybe to just get the 15th of 15th win. Because like this is quick play, right? Like not quick play, this is a fast deck. So I can just play that till I get a win, no problem. No turn 2 play, so we might as well do this. Let them drop a card. Yeah, I think I'm gonna play this deck till I get 1 win, and then we'll end with that win. Or if it's 1 p.m. at 1 a.m. my time, whatever comes first. I do want that turn 3 play, so we'll do that and this one. Oh, I think this is animated, right? Yeah, this is also a nice sleeve. What I don't like though is the border. Else I would have gotten that at some point when it was available, I think. The effects are really nice. Who is allowed to give that permanent back to me? Okay, so 4. I think I want to play this to sacrifice, let them sacrifice a creature, and then let them drop another hand card. So we pay life for this. Creature, this one. Reading is so tough sometimes. Yeah, then we do this too. Hopefully further distracting their plans. Putting some more damage in. Only 2 more cards to lose until we can play the 6/6, which is also nice. No, the game crashed again. Second time today. But I think I can quickly enough get back into the game. We'll see. It's strange though that sometimes it doesn't crash at all, and then today I got 2 crashes. Okay, quickly. I want to play for 4. I think I want to play this one. And I want to just attack. And then don't play any of... Oh, I play this one. Just to be sure, like next turn and the turn after, they will have nothing in play here that can block me. Because with Ments, right, they need 2 creatures. So even though if they play something good or bigger now, I don't need to have to fear that. At least that was my thought process behind that. And now they would even need 3 creatures in play to block any of mine. So actually, we can just hopefully play this down now. Like, not sure if they can do anything here. And also because of this card, right? Instant and sorcery spells. The way how I understand that, you control have Death Touch. So I assume that with this card, which deals 1 damage to every single creature, that should be Death Touch damage. So I should have a complete board wipe for them with that one. Assuming I understand that one correctly. And I'm not sure about that. But that I would love to try out at some point. I don't think I yet need another one here, so let's do that. Still at 4, so I could play 1 card just to be able to play this one next turn. Don't want to do that. I think that would be the right play. But I also want to see if this effect works as I expected, so we risk that here. Okay, nice. So we can test that now next turn, because they will get that back, right? Right? Why don't they get that back? under control at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, okay. Okay. Sure. You'll be dead if it works as I expect it to work. Okay, let's see. Play this for a black maybe. Yes, 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 it works like that. Nice. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so that's our 15th victory here. There was a lot of magic today. But I think for the most part, I had a lot of fun. Just the few games where I kept losing and felt like I wouldn't make it to Platinum. Oh yeah, and this black screen here happens when the game crashes. So we won't be able to see the 15th win here, I guess. Yeah, doesn't even end here. So I'll guess I just end on this, and we just know that we've won the 15th game. Thanks a lot for watching. From now on, I will only stream on Fridays and Sundays, where as of before, I, like for all of January, streamed nearly every day, just because I will work again from tomorrow on. So yeah, if you liked watching this, I'll do either Magic, programming, currently a C++20 tutorial to learn the new standard, or do animations and like vector graphics drawings. So if you have any interest in any of that, I'll be happy if you drop a follow and then like know when I'm back on. And other than that, I just hope you have a great rest of your day, and happy for everyone that dropped by. And I hope to see you all soon on Friday. So yeah, bye.